We are on with Mighty Joint. Hey, everybody, it is the Breakfast Club Peanut Butter and Jamboree tonight. Thought I'd be a little flippant and a little silly because I'm in that kind of mood. Butter and Jamboree tonight. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Be a little flippant and a little silly because I'm in that kind of mood. Butter and Jamboree tonight. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Be a little flippant and a little silly. I'm in that kind of mood. Butter and Jamboree tonight. Oh, I'm getting feedback. You guys mute. In that kind of mood. Butter and Jamboree tonight. Oh, I'm getting feedback.
Hey, Jack.
I don't think it's me.
Get back.
Let me try.
We're getting an endless loop.
I don't think it's me.
Get back.
Let me try.
Yeah, it's you. Yeah, we're not getting that. Raven, put your audio back on.
You want to try again?
Yeah, let's test that.
Okay.
It's definitely you, Jack. Because we're not getting it now.
Close the YouTube video, which should have been on silent, but I guess it wasn't.
All right, good. All right, now that we've got that sorted. Well, it wasn't so bad the first time, but then when we come on again the second and third time, it was just feeding back itself forever. It's it's kind of like it's like doing a round in music, where the first person starts and they do the thing, and then the second bar, the second person starts with the first bar, and you just keep going around and around forever. All right. So, last week we didn't really do topics, but I was thinking about maybe kind of doing at least a few topics this week. And I think the probably the biggest elephant in the room would be Netanyahu and basically pretty much all the major parties in Israel conspiring to join together in a coalition to get rid of him, including his own party, or actually not his own party, but one of the far right parties, teaming up with the liberal and centrist parties to push him out. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised to hear it. Even with as unpopular as he is, and he's been in power for a really long time and has a lot of enemies, he still seemed to have so much power that it was very unlikely that there was going to be a dent in it. And so I was frankly kind of shocked. And of course, he's pulling the Donald Trump direction of claiming that, it's all unfair, or it's, fake news or whatever. And we'll see how that goes, because Israel is a pretty right-wing country, probably further to the right than the U.S. is in most regards, and certainly more openly racist. So it's unlikely, I think, that Netanyahu gains his full power back, but I don't think he's gone.
Well, the thing that got me about it is that, what was it, over a year ago at this point, where he was brought up on corruption charges, and it's like that didn't seem to derail him at all. Well, kind of like Trump, like you said.
Yeah. Well, then he had two corruption cases. What was it, like 001 and 003 or something like that, which was just interesting that the numbers lined up like that, because I guess they're sequential. So he happened to have scandals an exact whole number apart, which is very weird. But I guess if you're, doing corrupt things that frequently, coincidences happen.
Well, the irony is that obviously the left wing and centrist, they don't like him for the same reasons, we don't. But the far right party doesn't like him because he hasn't done enough.
Right. Yeah, because he's not vicious enough. Which is, again, Israel's a pretty right-wing country.
The thing, and Raven, feel free to jump in at any time. The the thing that I find interesting is I guess the far right party is going to be in control the first 2 years, and then supposedly they're turning it over to one of the more centrist left leaning parties. So we'll see if that actually happens. But
yeah, that's what I'm curious about, because despite what I just said about him being unlikely to get full power back, there is still the possibility of some kind of shenanigans that give him not his full power, but a large constituency back.
The thing with him is that, like, I blame most of the problems that are there on him and the Likud party, but particularly him, because if you recall, when he was prime minister back in the late 90s after Rabin was killed, and then Shimon Peres took over, and Peres was very milquetoast and did not really accomplish much, and apparently on purpose, and which is why he lost. And then Netanyahu came in at the time, and basically his attitude and the Likud party attitude was, well, that peace accord that was hammered out with the Palestinians, that was a previous administration. That's not applicable to us.
Right, which is just insane.
Yeah.
I mean, treaties don't work that way.
Right.
That's the entire point of a treaty, is that it doesn't work that way.
That's right. That it lasts beyond any administration. That it's a thing between countries, nations, not this rule, this administration and that one. And especially what was really upsetting is that both Rabin and Peres understood that there was going to be radicals on the Palestinian side and the Arab side that were basically going to do everything they could to derail peace, and they were going to continue with attacks on civilians, particularly on children, because they wanted to provoke Israel. Because they just want war. They want their war.
Right. It's the Proud Boy strategy of, poke the bear until they beat you up, and then you get to look like the victim.
Right.
And the problem, of course, is that then you actually have all the civilian Palestinians who absolutely are the victims, and the Netanyahu administration has really tried to, solidify this idea that because Hamas won, an election at any point ever in history, that that means that every single Palestinian agrees with them. And obviously, most Palestinians do want some kind of stable peace, but they want human civil rights, they want equality in an apartheid state, and there's just not a way to navigate this space that the right-wing Likud party has created, where you either have to be 100% against Hamas, or every single Palestinian is equally guilty. And it's just it's such an extreme position that it assures that there will never be any peace. And it strikes me that the whole point for Israel is that they're never peaceful, so we get to just keep bombing the crap out of people until they're basically gone.
Right. It's an excuse to attrite the Palestinians to continue to occupy more and more territory, to build more settlements, and to just keep pushing them out. The thing that I find, there's so many things that are distressing about the whole thing. But one of the things that I find particularly distressing, I keep hearing, and I was upset because a friend of mine posted this thing. It was about, there's no historical basis for Palestine. There was never an Arab-controlled state called Palestine. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. For one, there are people, they've lived there for a long time. Whether they had their own state or were part of Syria or part of some other nation is irrelevant. And two, you're arguing that Israel should be there because, 1,800 years ago, 1,700 years ago, there was this state there that existed. So you can't use the one thing of our ancestors lived here, 38 generations ago. And so we own the land, and not give the same consideration to the Palestinians who live there. Whatever their nation was called, they lived there.
Right. So it's a complete double standard, and it's one that's very deliberate. If you hear the top Israeli officials and several big famous rabbis, like there's so many statements, and I don't have their names off the top of my head, but who have made statements to the effect of, the Palestinians aren't the same level of human as we are, or terms to that effect, and therefore these double standards don't matter because there's two different kinds of people, two different levels of people.
Yeah. The thing that's particularly galling and also depressing about it is you think about what the Jewish people have gone through, right? Think about the Holocaust and all the things, bombs and all this kind of thing. So you would think of people who've been under the boot for so long and so often would be sensitive. And
Right.
Look, and to be fair, there are a lot of Jews that don't like what the Likud party is doing. I mean, both in Israel and in the United States. But you would think that, there would be more enough to stop somebody like him.
Yeah, you would think, but then you also kind of have to assume that the population was so decimated during World War II that there is sort of an irrational response that comes from having, that massive a part of your population destroyed. And so I do understand kind of how they got here, and it's also probably pretty likely that the Holocaust gives Israelis the impression that any kind of like passiveness or like cooperation will only ultimately lead to their destruction, because that is the lesson they're taking from World War II, and it's awful because I don't think it's true. There's plenty of people who can figure out how to, but there's a sort of irrational disconnect there.
Right. I mean, the other thing, and this I took another friend of mine to task, who was basically posting something that was kind of equating that, well, if you're for the Palestinian people, that you're anti-Semitic, which is something that comes up a lot.
Right.
And look, there are
very
people,
surprising.
Yeah.
That's like if you're pro-black, you're anti-white.
Exactly. And look, and to be fair, yeah, there's a lot of anti-Semitism in the world and in the United States and so forth. But the thing that gets me though is that, like you said, it's such an overreach, and I can be for Israelis and Palestinians. I can want them both to be able to live safely and peacefully, and I want all the radicals from any side to not be doing what they're doing.
Absolutely.
The thing that is also troubling too is that in the past, while I had sympathy for the average Palestinian person, my feeling was always that what the Hamas and the other pro Palestinian groups were doing, it was so much worse because they were always targeting civilians instead of military. And my feeling was like, look, if you target the military, they're always a fair game.
Right.
But it's not, blowing up a bus with children or a commuter bus or something like that is never, that's never acceptable. And that Israel, at least at one time, was focusing their attacks on Hamas strongholds and any other group that was supporting, the terrorism. So they had the moral high ground. But, they've been on this slide now for 12, 15 years now. Like once they started.
Oh, more than that. I feel like you can go all the way back to 95 to see this begin.
Yeah. I know one of the things that was one of the first things that Netanyahu did when he started his second term, his more recent terms, was when they started doing this thing of, if somebody commits an act of terrorism, then we're going to destroy the houses of their relatives.
Right. Well, and just this absolutely insane standard that because a building may have contained, a headquarters, for which we've seen no proof, they can blow up a building that also includes American media,
Right.
or any other country's media.
Well, and I would argue that that's done. They're not actually going for the headquarters. They're actually trying to attack Western media.
Yeah.
Because they, because that's their way, and particularly Arab media, because they're trying to send a message. And that's an atrocity. So it's like, so when you look at what's happening more recently, firing unguided rockets into a populated area, I'm not gonna make any excuses for that. It's just, it's bad and wrong. But on the flip side, it's kind of like the David and Goliath reverse. Now you see Palestinians basically firing pop guns and getting walloped by major military stuff, and it's just like I think that's what's causing a lot of people to kind of take a step back. That if it wasn't clear before that Israel is no longer having the high ground, that's what made it clear. Because you said they're bombing apartment buildings. If you remember, a few years ago they bombed a hospital.
Yeah, well, and I think this goes back to what Likud sort of mission is behind all this. Is they are looking to actually clear out territory, land, all this stuff that has to be rebuilt, first has to be bulldozed. And that is, in some sense, another square on the chessboard that is clear of, and then rather than there being a certainly occupied Palestinian building on that property, there could be, an Israeli built building there in the future. And I mean, that's a very cynical way to look at it, but I don't think I'm wrong in that.
Well, and to your point, what's been happening more recently is where they're actually going into buildings, removing the Arabs who live there, and then giving the property over to Israelis.
Right.
I mean, that's just wholesale,
Yeah, well, it's pretty similar to our persecution of Native Americans and the Indian Wars, and it was exactly that kind of thing. Take over an area that is settled, and then in some cases move white families into the exact same houses, and I don't know. There's in the modern context, it's really difficult to give that any kind of justification or find any way to feeling sympathy for that approach.
Well, right, because it violates tons of laws, tons of treaties, and it's objectively immoral.
Yeah.
Because again, like we were talking about, it's one thing if you go and you arrest somebody who, you've got evidence that they've committed some, crime or terrorism or whatever. It's another to say, yeah, we just want your shit.
Yeah.
And the irony to me is that that's actually getting, if you think about, everyone has heard the expression beyond the pale, but most people don't know what it means. Well, the Pale of Settlement was an area that's now mostly in modern Ukraine and a little bit in Russia, where Russia moved all the bulk of their Jews. They basically said, let's stick them on this land, and it's shitty land, and we don't have to deal. We can't exterminate them. The idea of wiping them out completely hadn't hit them yet, so they just kind of pushed them onto this territory.
Right.
And that's literally how it was done. They just said, go to wherever Jews were living, and they would kick them out, and they get the fuck out. And then some, Christian Russians would come in and occupy the territory, and they just said, kept pushing them until they had them corralled in this zone. And they're doing the same thing now that was done to them.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you said, it's almost like at least the extremists feel justified. Well, what happened to us? So, looking good there, Raven.
So, what
I don't want to.
You don't want to what?
I don't want to interrupt you guys. Just keep going.
Oh, okay.
I will say that we spend much in Israel.
We spend. You break it up there, Raven.
Oh, you guys are too.
Uh-oh.
Much money on Israel.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been really struggling going back and forth on this idea of the one-state solution versus the two-state solution. And I've heard arguments for both sides, and I don't really feel competent to make a stand. But I have to say that I lean in favor of the two-state solution at this point. And I understand the idea of the one-state solution is a fairly utopian one. It's one that says, everybody is an equal person and this society is one society. And that's a really great and noble goal. And there are people who will say that, a two-state solution is sort of the cowardly way out of that. And I can see that point, but I also can see, just the depth of racism means that, effectively Israel is a one-state, two people situation right now. And I don't see this improving, at least not until, the right wing seriously loses all power. And what's going to happen over that time is the Palestinians, as they already have, will be continually pushed into smaller and smaller and smaller regions until they're either, completely gone from the country, pushed through the borders into Lebanon or wherever, or, something worse. And it seems to me that as if you at least create a two-state solution, then you do have a border at which, when Israel crosses that border, it is clearly at fault. Whereas right now, Israel seems to be able to continually pretend that they're, willing, good faith actors who are doing their best, and it's just those violent Palestinians who are, clogging up the works. And I don't think that could be as obscurable. Their approach in this could be as obscurable if there was an actual border they had to cross every single time they did this.
Right. They'd actually have some boundary of sovereignty. See, the thing that just gets me, and I remember having an argument with a friend years ago, because he, his thing was that, look, Israel has to defend itself, and of course, the Israelis. I've heard people, give all the reasons why Israel shouldn't be there, but it is. So basically, once it's there, it's there. People deserve to live where they're living, and so they certainly have a right to defend themselves. But the problem is, we've talked about this before in regards to things that the U.S. does around the world, and at some point, some people have to look and say, okay, we're trying to defend ourselves because we've created a situation where people want to hurt us,
Right.
But that there's a certain amount of, and look, I know Vegas, I know way back in the original thing when Israel was first created, sure, the Arabs, were attacking and Israel was definitely defending itself from outside aggression. But somewhere along the line, and I think part of the issue is this, and I corrected a friend who I was in a stream the other night, and he was talking about all these Arab armies that are raiding, enemies. Israel is surrounded by enemies. And I'm like, no. Basically, Egypt, on their western side, they have Egypt, who they now get along with. On their eastern flank, they've got Jordan, who they get along with. And really, it's to the south, but there's kind of a lot of nothing at first. And then in the north, you got Syria and Lebanon, and neither of which have recognized Israel's right to exist. But the thing is, Lebanon's military is tiny, and Israel's kicked the snot out of them multiple times.
Right.
and Syria is busy tearing itself apart right now.
Right.
So there's really nobody left, and Iraq's not going to attack Israel, not with the government we've installed. Iran would have to attack across Iraq to do it, and they're not going to do that because there's not that sense of Arab unity anymore that there was against Israel in 48.
Right.
Or 67 or 73 for that matter. And militarily, those armies were defeated ages ago. They've been attrited. I looked. Syria does have still a decent sized military, and I was looking. They actually have slightly more tanks than Israel does, but that's kind of misleading because that's just looking at what's in active service. Israel's got a huge stockpile of equipment because every time there's been a war, between the stuff that we've got given them, the stuff that they've created themselves. When they take stuff out of service, they don't throw it away. It's all sitting back in reserve. Plus, they've captured thousands of Arab, tanks and armored personnel carriers and aircraft and all this. So, plus the fact if there ever was another war,
America would just drop another 20 Hercules loads of tanks,
Exactly. So there's always going to be some support. So the idea that they're on their back foot and that used to be true, it's not true anymore. But it's unfortunately it's still part of the narrative, and so that's why there's a lot of people who look the other way because they feel like, well, Israel's on their back feet and they have to, in order to survive, they have to maybe push the line a bit and go over the line a bit because it's the only way to survive. It's just not true anymore.
Yeah. Well, their recent incursion into Lebanon, I guess not that recent at this point, but, that's sort of an example of what it might look like if, Palestine actually had borders in terms of the international response, the way that it was talked about. And, currently, even though there's certainly a lot of condemnation of Israel at the moment, and particularly, a week or so ago, I don't know if it would be as strong. Well, it's a counterfactual, and I don't have enough of information about it. But what it might look like from the international community if a similar incursion went into Palestine, with crossing an actual border with tanks and, the whole bit. That looks great. You look great.
Thank you. I am someone's hot mom.
Well done.
Hi, Peach.
Who's Tom McDonald?
Yeah, maybe a comedian. Maybe Norm Macdonald.
Music
maybe.
Videos.
Yeah, I don't mean I mind you, I'm not the best person to as an indicator of who's who in pop culture. At least not recent pop culture. I used to know. If you want to know 80s and 90s and maybe early 2000s, but now I'm old and fat and boring and I don't know anything. Right wing rapper. Oh God.
Blair White. No. Oh.
Blair White is unfortunately pretty embarrassing. I think that there was a time when she was really genuinely trying to make some kind of attempt to talk to people across political boundaries, but the last few years, maybe 3 years.
Yeah, no, there's a lot more money and a lot more attention in being a jerk.
Yeah, well, and being a demagogue for sure.
Yeah, and that's really depressing to me. Because I used to like having discussions with people about stuff that people I didn't agree with, and I guess I still do it to a degree. But I find so few that are willing to actually have an honest discussion.
Right, good faith actors are rare.
Exactly. So that's the reason why I don't bother much anymore. And especially when it's like someone's trying to make the same argument to you that you've heard, 58 times, and you've already debunked it, and you start to pull out the information that you would have in the past, and then they either just say bluster stuff or attack you or whatever, and it's just like, oh, you know what? This is just a waste of my fucking time. There's no point, because I could lay out every single point and every bit of evidence to show that their position is wrong, and they're not going to change, nor even even if they didn't change, it's one thing. It's one thing if they were going to come up with valid counterpoints, or at least attempt to come up with counterpoints. But they don't. They just clown and troll, and I'm just like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah, I think I'm. I definitely see that, but I'm even more concerned about the fact that when I talk with right wingers these days, we're not even talking about the same set of facts. It's like talking with the anti-vaxxers, or talking with people who are very, very sure that aliens are invading us right now, or whatever it is. There's a lot of different.
Yeah, the Navy admitted that the other day, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I do find this very curious. I don't know if this is too much of a topic change, but there was a really long time where it seemed that our military did not, or the CIA, various organizations in our government did not find it advantageous for the population to believe that there were extraterrestrials. And now they do find that advantageous. I don't think that the actual facts have changed. I don't think any of the circumstances of reality have changed. But at some point in the last, 3 or 4 years, somebody made a decision that actually this is good for people to say.
Well,
and CPG Vegas is absolutely correct. The media is losing their shit over the UFO stuff right now.
It may very well could be that they wanted to put it out there because maybe out there can help identify some of this stuff, because they don't know what the fuck it is.
But that's not true. It's really, really simple stuff. Like, for instance, one of the most famous videos is a guy who is like, sort of chuckling, like, whoa, look at that. Look how fast it's going and everything. And all you really have to do is read the elevation data, and you can see that this guy is flying at roughly 3 miles up, and he's proud of himself for being able to target a small object which is 2 miles below him that is traveling at much slower speed. On video, it looks like this incredibly fast moving object, but that's because the background is the water, and the object is moving slow, and the person filming it is moving very fast. And the thing that is moving is a duck, or a goose or something like that. And you can see by the fact that the goose is less than a mile above the surface of the water. I mean, all of the information about what you're looking at in those, UV aerial photography shots is right there in the numbers on screen. And it's really the media, or not even the media, but the people who are promoting this are relying on the fact that the media isn't going to explain any of the numbers, or doesn't know how to explain any of the numbers on screen, and that these are short, out of context clips. That's just one example of a guy he's bragging to his wingman, hey, look, I was able to target this incredibly small moving object from this far away. That's the thing he's so, blown away about, is his own apparent skill. It's not that he's seeing some, UFO that he's never seen before. And there's a lot of videos that are like that. Now, I can't speak to every single video that is out there, but like many of the ones that are most popular that the Pentagon is saying, we can't explain this, I just wonder why they aren't simply explaining it, because the the answer is pretty easy to, come to.
Well, I think it's a couple things. I mean, way back when, the military didn't want us to know about stuff because I think at one point there was probably a legitimate concern about a panic.
Right. Oh, yeah. And CBG Vegas is correct in the comments about Thunderfoot has put out several good UFO debunks.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet, but anymore. I mean, I think that it just say if aliens actually did show up, I don't think some people would panic, but I don't think it would create the kind of panic that it would have 50, 60 years ago.
Right.
We've watched so many space things. We're so aliened out that
I think what's really surprising to me is we now live in a period where special effects are really indistinguishable from reality. When we talk about like moon landing conspiracy theorists who thought that Kubrick filmed the landing on the moon, well, I'm sorry, 2001 is a really beautiful movie, but the special effects do not hold up. You can't be fooled watching 2001 and think that you're watching a documentary. Kubrick didn't have the technology to do that. We do today. We can fake things, and yet I get the sense that people are even less skeptical than they've ever been. Yeah,
which is bizarre. But mind you, I know I was watching. There's a channel I watch is an ex-Navy Wizzo. He was a weapon systems officer on Tomcats, and so he's a Navy guy. He's got experience with all this stuff. And one thing I caught from what he said, he wasn't jumping to the "it's aliens" thing. He was saying, okay, it could be, he was saying, well, it could be near peers. So maybe it's some sort of vehicle, a drone from China or Russia or something like that. But he did that false dichotomy thing that a lot of people did. It's like, so it could be this, something very explainable, or it's aliens. I'm like,
right.
You completely left out weather phenomenon, camera problems, radar problems. Now, granted, if something's filmed and detected on multiple radars, then you say it's a better chance that it's actually something physical that's in the air.
Right.
But still, there still could be misinterpretations. Now, of the more recent things, were there a couple things that gave me a little bit of pause? Yeah, but I'm definitely not going to sit there and go like, oh, it's aliens. I'm like, nah. If it's anything, it's probably a near peer with fussing around testing something, or the intelligence agency is testing something, and trying to see if people can figure out what it is and all that, because we know out at Groom Lake there were UFO sightings that turned out to be the F-117 Nighthawk.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's certainly been that type of thing in the past. I think that maybe one of the explanations for why the military and the Navy in particular seems more open with these things is I don't think that we are working on the same kind of things we used to be. Like when we were working on the SR-71 or some of these other really fancy planes, we still had a Soviet Union to worry about. We were still actively working on this kind of stuff. But we've been stuck on the F-35 for going on 2 decades.
More than 2 decades.
Yeah, right. Yeah, more than 2 decades. We're not at the point anymore where we're breaking ground as fast as we used to. And, one of the things that I'll always find funny, when I'm in sort of super lefty circles and, I'm years ago I was doing trimming weed on a weed farm, and I don't smoke myself, but it's good money when it comes. I've got a skill for it, and just those kind of circles, stoner circles that are filled with lots of people theorizing and man, the government, they've got technology that's like 40 years ahead, And the opposite has almost always been true.
Right.
The government, like even hi, Raven's like, I put in a lot of work. How about some attention?
Looking good.
You
Looking
look
good.
great.
I really have. Thank you. Okay.
Well, you look
I
great.
might be going soon. I don't know. Thank you. I might be going soon. I don't know if Pete's in the chat or not. I sent her a message.
She was
but she
earlier.
didn't answer.
Mhm.
Yeah. So. Oh, there she is.
Ta-da. So you started to say
Yeah, well, that even at the real height, NASA certainly had a lot of as advanced technology as you could have in the 1960s. That might have been the one point in time where our military was not our military specifically, but the government in general was spending so much money and was so focused that they were actually ahead of the general public in terms of technology. But right now, like, the the generations of technology that are out there that are being modified by DIYers, there's just a lot more brain power in the civilian sector. And not even in necessarily in the business sector, but just like, just look at the rapid change of Arduino or any kind of DIY electronics. People are just inventing things very quickly, far faster than what the military maybe at absolute most has 150, 200,000 actively working researchers and scientists.
yeah.
It's just too small a population to.
Well. The other thing too is that, and this is something a lot of people don't realize. I mean, you probably know this, but people think that the military's always got the cutting edge everything. No, in fact, they usually don't.
Yeah.
The reason why is
They
because
want reliability.
exactly reliability is the watchword. So they want something that's easy to maintain, very reliable. Because quite frankly, when someone, the person who's out in the field who's going to work, especially with special sensitive electronics, they're not going to be the same person who would be working in the private sector with more certifications and more degrees and all this kind of stuff. So you're going to get some party who, well, we don't have a draft anymore, but but you give somebody who volunteered who is only in for a short period of time, and well, I remember even it was a big deal when the space shuttle program was still working, and they upgraded the computers so that they had 486 chips, and this was like we were already on like the third generation Pentiums,
Right.
because like you said, they want something that they're reliable and that there's a large stockpile of replacement parts available.
Yeah, and I mean, it just happened the other day that we discovered there was some leak. I believe it was a hacker group, a white hat hacker group, that discovered these flashcards for nuclear Minutemen or whatever that were online in a not publicly available, but a relatively easy to discover database. And these were flashcards meant for trainees to kind of like, get ready for their periodic testing. And these flashcards represented hundreds of genuine nuclear secrets about the U.S. ICBM and nuclear readiness. And this is just days ago, like a week ago. So we're still in this position where the U.S. government is almost always behind the curve. And Vegas in the chat is saying that there's advancements in a lot of other things besides planes and tanks and so forth, satellite stuff. But even satellites, are being tested and upgraded by private companies a lot faster than they are, in the U.S. research area. Are you heading out?
I am done. I'm going out of here. So,
all right. Well,
thank
you
you.
and Pete have fun.
Well, I was going to say this and then I stopped myself, but I think it's funnier if I say it. Have a ball.
I have two.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vegas is right as far as the focus. Where there's advancement, it's usually on the the information side. But yeah, it's basically they're at this point, they're implementing a lot of civilian led technologies into the battle space in ways that they weren't before.
Right.
And but if you think about it, I mean, the M1 tank has been in service for 30 years.
Right.
And we don't have even close to having a replacement for it. The thing is, part of the problem too is just say you developed a new technology today. You came out with this great thing, and we're going to put it in all of our tanks or all of our aircraft or whatever. Well, if you're going to build a vehicle around that technology, you're looking at an 8 to 15-year development cycle to get that vehicle in because one, it takes a long time, and plus you have the fact of the bureaucracy, plus the military tends to move slowly in the way they do things. So even if you do that, you're looking at best 8 years before it shows up somewhere.
Right. It's if we have a Manhattan style project of, hyper focused people working on something very secret and very advanced, it would be hard to know even what the energizing force behind it is. I mean, the original Manhattan Project, obviously there was a world war going on. It's very possible that our government is actively looking at land war with China. This is, there's been hints about that, which I think are absolutely insane. But an American empire's got an empire. So it's pretty likely that we're looking at some, or at least we're stress testing or wargaming the possibilities. But whether we're not even in a Cold War, so I just don't see where the thruster power or the backdraft is coming to push that kind of super revolutionary technology.
And there really isn't. I mean, even if you look at like what the Russians and Chinese are doing, and they came out with some new model tanks the last few years that have, the biggest thing is really like defensive systems. Like, okay, there's stuff that they're putting on there, the little projectiles or rockets that are actually there to shoot down shells that are incoming. So it's basically make the existing designs more defensible,
right.
Cut down cross section and all this kind of stuff. But you're still not talking a massive departure from what was there before. You're right. There's just not the impetus, and in part because I think we've talked before about drones. Drones, from a utility perspective, are so much better at doing something, and obviously they're not perfect. We know civilians still get killed, but
sure.
Relative to carpet bombing and other things that have been done in the past, the number of civilians killed per bad guy killed, the ratio is a lot more favorable, and they're easy to deploy, and you're not risking people's lives. So that's where a lot of focus has really been, and we've basically been able to execute wars with them without large commitments of troops. So I think that's another reason why we're going that way. I was reading an article earlier today actually about the procurement system and how it's been kind of holding up the works, and a lot of just kind of ridiculous things that they've done over the last 20 years, like. They had built. Are you familiar with the word littoral?
I'm guessing it's a different context than.
Yeah, it's spelled differently. It's littoral, and that basically means like close to the coast.
I see.
So there are ships that you could probably go at ocean, but they're not designed to be in the deep ocean for long periods of time. They're designed to work near your coast. Basically, the kind of ships that the Coast Guard use,
Right.
fast attack.
Within the 100 mile. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And so they built like two different classes. So they didn't really have a competition. They kind of did, and then just awarded the contract to both. Built a bunch of ships, and then realized that the mission doesn't really exist. So
Right.
it was kind of like it was like people that we are likely to or more likely to fight tend to have them because um, nations that don't have big ocean going navies that aren't not looking into power projection, they just need something to defend their coast, tend to have these type of ships, either as patrol cutters, the fast attack boats, missile hydrofoils, all these kind of different things, and they're fine for that. So they don't need a deep water ocean, a deep water navy.
Right.
So it was like, well, they have that, so let's have one too. But we don't have that mission, and we kind of do, but it's like that's what the Coast Guard's for.
Right.
So it didn't really give the Navy anything that it needed.
Going back to the thing with the why are aliens in the news all the time now, I have to wonder if there's some other convenient reason to allow people to be spun up by this, because I know several people who are very intelligent people who are easy to talk to on many other fronts, and yet are dead set that there are indeed aliens visiting us right now. And I get the sense that this is a very convenient distraction for somebody to have people focused on this all the time.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and at this point, because one, they know it does not create a panic, and two, I think people are kind of hungry for it.
Right.
So it is a good way to, jingle the car keys in front of the dog, and then, look at the keys, look at the keys, look at the keys, and
gives
whatever
the
else.
media something to talk about and keep the clicks and keep everybody focused. And ultimately, I think it's harmless. I'm not entirely sure, but it's very difficult for me to figure out like what is going to be, what's the slippery slope argument for having, 25-30% of Americans be dead set and believing that there's something there that isn't there. I mean, I guess it's the same argument against religion at best.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think along the line somewhere they figured out that it's easier to hide the truth in plain sight if you surround it with a bunch of lies.
You're right.
And the other thing, I think that, and we know this is true because we saw Trump and the Republicans do this. We know that, there's power and you have power over people when you can get them to believe falsities.
Right.
And we've become a society very prepared to believe falsehoods.
Right. And this is sort of what I was getting at earlier, is that it's very difficult to talk to people when you're not engaging in the same set of facts.
Right.
Facts.
Yeah. And then it also, here's the kind of weird thing. Trump weaponized distrust of the government to run the government.
Right.
Which is bizarre. You would think it's very counterintuitive that, well, if people distrust the government, then that will make it harder for me to do what I want to do. But no, what he did was he got that transference that I'm pointing out that everybody else except me is lying.
Right.
Everything, even though meanwhile he was lying about practically everything.
Right.
Responding to Deep Ashtray real quick, I would say that, yes, we're talking about UFOs, but we're talking about more specifically the difficulty in having the same set of facts and having conversations about what's true with people who disagree with us.
Well, and this is the thing, though, about as far as set of facts. A lot of people refuse to look at actual facts because of the source or whatever their biases are.
Right.
So we're not really looking at this. I mean, I've had, I don't know how many discussions in the last few weeks, just with like these, wackaloons who believe a whole bunch of just demonstrably false stuff. But in their mind, what they're spouting at me is a fact. They believe it's a fact. They're not
Right.
going to do anything to verify it, and they won't believe anything except that. So in this, like I said, in this weird kind of dystopian way, getting people to distrust the government actually helped somebody run, kind of run the government the way he wanted to.
Right. Yeah.
And so,
Which is, that's very similar to the way Putin has run Russia. Is nobody thinks that the elections are real. Nobody thinks, anything that they hear in the media is true. And so it's very easy to kind of keep the populace not expecting very much, keeping their expectations very low for, how much influence they're going to have as individual citizens.
right. So this way, if the truth does leak out, it's just noise. It's just one thing in the sea of noise.
Yeah.
So it's actually a more effective way to hide lies or hide the truth is by just generating, so you said, so everyone's cynical, no one trusts authorities, no one trusts the government at all. So therefore, if you hear something, that's not true. That's fake news.
Yeah, but that's what's interesting. We were talking about how special effects are better than they've ever been, and yet that hasn't necessarily made people more skeptical. People are willing, apparently, to believe things, even though we live in a world of deep fakes and, YouTuber created extremely convincing footage from anywhere. I mean, almost anyone with a half decent computer can now make something that looks very real.
Well, here's to your point. Here's something I found really weird the other day that I observed. So somebody who was, there are people who think they're being skeptical and they're really not. They're being dubious and not skeptical.
Right.
So somebody basically was saying to me that they believe the aliens are here, not because that the videos are coming out are good, but because they're bad. Because they're actually in infrared is what they're
right. No, that's the same argument for that a lot of Christians use on why the Bible is reliable, is because why would you put all these like terrible facts in?
Exactly. So basically the idea was that, well, because we have such great technology that we can see this, and actually the funny part about it is, no, they actually does no one remember the gun camera footage from Desert Storm and all these other things that, when you're looking in the infrared spectrum, you don't get nice, clear, sharp images.
No,
That's not how those things work.
Things that look really strange, and including airplanes. I mean,
exactly.
That's one of the things that is particularly, I wouldn't say funny. They're aggravating about describing the issue of UFO footage. Is that, well, we're looking at something where not all of the visible light spectrum is going to, it's not going to look the way you think it looks. And so
right.
You're looking at, an airplane afterburner, and it looks like this twinkling star, and you can't see the wings and because they're too cold and all kinds of things. And it just completely messes up people's perception.
Well, especially and it creates all these camera artifacts. Just like I don't know, you may have seen this a few years back when the whole 2012 thing, in the Mayan calendar, and people are end of the world bullshit, and then that got combined with the Nibiru people,
right?
And so there was these Nibiru people that were taking pictures of the sun. And it was creating, these things, and it was literally the same thing of the people that are doing the door to heaven crap, where it's literally like a particular model camera that
right.
if it was you do a saturation.
That's happening with the UFOs now. Is that there's cameras that only have 3 parts of the iris, and so it creates triangular bokeh. And
Right.
so you can just point that camera unfocused at almost anything, and it looks like these triangular crafts,
Right.
covered in light. And
Right.
it's, the simple question about the way the camera was built.
Well, that's the thing. I remember when I first came across the Nibiru stuff. So this would have been like 2010, 2011 time frame. And so when I first saw it, and of course, what do they do? They have like doctored, stuff. Or I remember in the one image, it was a real image, but it was an image that an artifact of a long because of course these when you're taking pictures in space,
Right.
it's long exposure times, so it's creating these artifacts when there's detectable motion, it causes the image to look different than it really is, or the item that whatever you're filming. And so when I first saw it, and people were saying, "Hey, this thing's coming, and we're going to have a collision, or all these bad things are going to happen," for a brief instant, just my visceral response was, I got to look at it. And so I stayed up like to the wee hours in the morning looking for every bit of evidence to see, is there something to this or is this bullshit? By the morning,
real quick, responding to Deep Ashtray, he was asking if anyone here has ever seen one. And I did see something I thought was a UFO when I was a kid. And, I can't explain it, but I was also a kid and susceptible to believe that, who knew nothing about technology or anything, or even what it could have been a helicopter. It could have been, a plane on a course that I wasn't used to seeing planes, or I looked up in the sky at a flight path that I had never looked at that particular time of the day. So yeah, I'm sure everyone has had some experience of you look up and can't explain something that you see.
right.
And, plus I grew up when, Batteries Not Included and Close Encounters and E.T. and a million different movies were out that would have influenced my imagination about what a UFO looks like.
Sure. Well, plus, if you've ever seen video of like ball lightning, I actually didn't see it until the last few years.
Yeah, it's very rare to catch on video.
And I'd heard people say that as a possible explanation for some of these things, and I was thinking, how could that be? But then when I actually saw what it looked like, holy shit! I could definitely see how people would confuse that.
Yeah, because it looks unbelievable. It looks like a special effect. It doesn't even appear that you could construct that with the laws of physics.
Exactly. Well, that's why I get annoyed anytime I see something describing, an apparent, a presumed craft or whatever, and or anytime I hear the expression defies the laws of physics. No, it bloody well fucking doesn't. Just because you don't understand the laws of physics, a friend of mine gave me for my birthday years ago, because they thought I'm a science guy. They thought I would be edified by this thing, and it was basically this like, it basically looked like a wheel with an axle with like two wheel things, and then it had a magnet on one end and a magnet on the other, and basically you could spin it and it would basically stay floating.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, it defies the laws of physics. I'm like, no, because you have magnetic repulsion, because they basically had their
right, and centripetal force.
Exactly. So there's nothing magical about that. I mean, it's fun, it's neat, but there's nothing magical about that at all. And I think it defies the laws of gravity. No, no,
Right.
it doesn't. Because if it didn't, it would it would actually like go up.
Right. Or it'd be incredibly unstable and last for no time at all.
Well, if it was ignoring gravity completely, once it got in part of the upward motion, it would keep going.
Right.
So that's kind of stuff. But I was saying about these Nibiru people, or one of the things, and this is another one that I this is what kind of, I think, more than anything made me realize that these guys had no idea what they were talking about. Somebody was taking a video, and it was clearly a sundog. So you had the sun, and then you had one or more miniature sun-looking things on either side. It's an atmospheric, it's a well-known atmospheric phenomenon. So, and they're like, oh, see, there's Nibiru. That's the one over that second one. That's Nibiru. And I'm like, but if that's true, then that would be visible everywhere when it was daytime.
Right.
As we're spinning around. So if you're seeing it tomorrow, when if you're on the other side of the planet tomorrow, when it's that time of my time of the day, I'd see it, and so would everybody else. It
Right.
would sometimes appear and sometimes not, and it only happens when it's a cloudy day with this, all the it was just the right atmospheric conditions. It's like, you guys are fucking idiots, and so then I very quickly stopped worrying. But
Well, I think, and this goes to some of what CPG Vegas has been saying, is that we've got this weird situation where the media has fully glommed onto this particular story. And so, of course, even more people are kind of coming to it. And there's very few people out there doing real good explanations about what the phenomenon we're looking at is, particularly those 3 or 4 famous videos that came from the Navy. And because of that, and because there's very little media skepticism, and it's good clicks, and it's good ad revenue and everything else. This isn't like Nibiru. This isn't where it's some fringe kind of position of a few people. And I want to state very clearly, I'm open to aliens existing and coming. Like there's no part of me that wouldn't be excited by that prospect.
right.
I'm not against it under any circumstances. It's just, it seems extremely unlikely, and it seems extremely useful to a particular, certainly to the media. But my skepticism is, why now? Why is it so valid to start the full court press on it at this moment in time?
I mean, and that's the thing too, because I'm the same way. I mean, as much as I don't believe that what we're seeing on these things has anything to do with aliens, I would like it to be. I really would, but we're not there yet. And so I'm disappointed that it isn't aliens, or probably not aliens. I would like it to be aliens, but not convinced.
Right.
It's because that's sometimes, it's the same thing like with believers when they say to atheists, well, you just don't want to believe. I'm like, well, depending on which version or which image of God that you have, I may or may not want that to be true. But there's certainly, an image that I grew up with. Like even though I was raised Roman Catholic, like the church I went to didn't, they brought up the hell thing, but they didn't really drum it into us like most Catholics that I know. So we had a kind of I call it fluffy Jesus. It was a very kind of happy,
Right.
Positive thing.
Or buddy Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. That image of God, there's because that's a loving God and a caring and all this. I would love for that to be the case. There's ample evidence that if there is one, it's not that, because the world wouldn't be as fucked up as it is. But I remember when my grandmother died, and I didn't identify as atheist at the time, but I realized now that I was. Because you get prayer cards, and I was kind of like, I got them because she would want them,
right? And
there was one where it's like you see the person's like entering heaven, and Jesus is hugging them, and it appealed to me because my grandmother had a very painful life, and so I was okay. She's out of pain, and the notion that there'd be Jesus there to hug her and let her know her pain was over was very appealing. And I realize now I didn't believe in it then, even though it was appealing to me. So that's the thing. And so when they say, oh, you just don't want to, like, no, if that thing that I had in my head that they taught me, I would love for that to be true.
Right. Well, and also, evidence doesn't really work. Belief doesn't work like that. I can't find any place in which you can make a choice about something you believe. The most you can do, and what I think a lot of people do, is to make sure to keep themselves from learning anything that might change their mind, to essentially, put a garden wall around what they already believe and not explore any further. Unfortunately, I am going to have to go pretty soon. My 3D print is almost done, and I'm going to have to address that. For those in the chat who don't know, I just recently got a resin 3D printer. It's really exciting. I'm having a lot of fun with it, but it's very messy. And once a print is finished, leaving it not addressed can cause problems.
I got you. Well, sometime when you have time, I would like to talk to you about 3D printing. I know you don't have time now, but something that I've been contemplating. So
yeah, well, I may be back tonight because it'll take
okay.
me about 15 or 20 minutes to clean this print. But while I'm doing it, I will have rubber gloves on, resin on my fingers, IPA, isopropyl alcohol everywhere. It's completely impossible to live stream and do that.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Okay, well, hopefully see you back in a little bit. Take care for the moment.
All right, I'll see you soon. Bye.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I'm the only one left. I know that's a very sad thing for the audience, but I guess while we're waiting for Jack to come back, maybe if you guys have a question, we can do like a little Q&A thing, or if you guys have a topic you'd like me to talk about, shout it out, because it's just me. And as much as I talk a lot, I'm usually a lot better with someone to talk to. So anybody, anything? While I'm waiting for questions, I'll just say that, as far as UFOs go, I've never, I've seen things that I didn't know what they were, but nothing so compelling that it made me go, yes, that's aliens. And again, I would love to see aliens. I'm convinced. I said to a friend of mine the other day he's convinced that this is real and the aliens are here. And the conclusion we did come to that is if that's the case, then in all probability the aliens would be at least neutral, if not beneficent, because if they meant us harm and they're already here and they had been here for some time, I think we would have noticed that they would have been taking us over and all that. When did I start realizing that God wasn't real? It was really kind of a long slide for me, Vegas. I was raised Catholic, and I was like really seriously into it when I was young. When I was at the age of 6, I wanted to be an altar boy, but you had to be 8. And for 2 years, I went to altar boy practice, even though I couldn't actually be an altar boy until I reached 8. And then I did that for a number of years. And then I guess originally it was when I started learning about like the Crusades and indulgences and all the heinous stuff that the church did over the centuries, and that kind of started moving me away. And then what really kind of pushed me out of the church was they started announcing every week what the take was, how many thousands of dollars they collected for each mass. And my church on Sundays, we had like 4 masses. And then we had 2 on Saturday, and then we had 1 every evening during the week. And they started telling us how much money they were taking in. But we didn't have really anything. We didn't have any kind of community outreach. We didn't have a crisis center. We didn't have a soup kitchen, nothing. So I started wondering, well, where's all this money going? And then right around that time, I had to deliver something to one of the visiting priests at the rectory. And I walked into the place, and it was like a palace. Here we were, my lower middle class apartment, and I walk into this place that's so opulent. And then I said, here's where all the money went. And so I quit almost immediately. Like within weeks, I was out. But even then, I didn't stop believing. I was just kind of like, okay, there's a God, and people have screwed it all up. And that's where I was for a long time. But over time, I think it was just I saw so many things that were inconsistent in the world, inconsistent with the idea that there was this loving God that cared about us and was watching over everything. Plus the fact that as I started to encounter, right-wing evangelicals and a lot of radical believers of all stripes, and I started like getting the idea that like Bobcat Goldthwait said years ago, he's like, I don't have a problem with Jesus. It's all the people who claim to work for him that I have a problem with. And so that kind of, I just kept pushing further and further back. And then I guess I started to understand skepticism a little better. And there was just too many inconsistencies, like the whole idea that I forget which gospel it is. It might be the Gospel of Luke, where at the end, Jesus is calling out to God, my God, why have thou forsaken me? And that didn't make any sense, because if he came here to die and that was his purpose, why would he say that? It doesn't make any sense at all. And so I started to think that perhaps there was a God, but Jesus wasn't divine, just a messenger, in the same way that the Muslims believe. And then I kind of even started to move away from that. And I guess the last place I was before I completely walked away was I had reached kind of to the deist point that, well, the whole prime mover, something got it started, and it kept moving, everything else is just happening the way it happens. But then I kind of realized that deism makes even less sense than believing in a personal God, because it basically means that some entity created everything and then just kind of pissed off and didn't pay attention to any of it. That seems weird. At that, so just thinking as from a human perspective, that if I created, well, anything I create, if I create it and I'm interested in shepherding it and making sure that it turns out right, not just kind of letting it go. So it just didn't really make any sense. And I also came to the conclusion that even if a deistic God exists, it's irrelevant by choice. That basically it could intervene, it could let us know that it's there, and it chooses not to. So that means it either doesn't want me to know anything about it, or if it does, it's being a dick because it doesn't give me any means to detect that it's there, or what its intentions are, or what it wants. Or so basically is irrelevant because it's not going to interact with me. It's never going to tell me what it wants. I have no way to find that out. So basically, so I came to the conclusion that the deistic God either doesn't exist or is irrelevant if it does. See, that's the one thing I've thought about making a video. Every once in a while you see these videos from believers of some sort, and they say, so many questions that atheists can't answer. And first off, a lot of the questions are answerable, and the ones that are not answerable aren't answerable by anybody, including believers. And some of them are just not that compelling, quite frankly. I was watching a video. Somebody was responding to a Muslim believer who was trying to convince us all that Allah is out there. And one of the kind of metaphysical questions was the whole "why are we here" kind of thing. And I find that tedious. I've mentioned before in Hangouts, I find a lot of philosophy tedious because I don't think most people live their life, even believers don't live their life according to this belief that there's some plan for them and they've got to figure it out. People just live their lives, and they have kids or don't, and they get married or don't, and have relationships or don't, and they go to jobs or don't. But they basically just trying to survive, and if they have a family, keep their family safe and healthy and all that. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if there's some universal purpose. I don't think there is one, and I don't think it matters if there is. And most people don't live, even though a lot of people believe that there is, they don't live like they believe there is one. So it tends to make me think that they don't really believe that either. Jack was saying, that people insulate themselves. It's more comforting to believe that it's there and then not think about it than to actually think about it and possibly stop believing in it. Oh yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's the other. I made you laugh when I said being a dick. Yeah, I mean, I think it seems to me if I'm powerful. Just say I'm powerful, and I have some power over you, and I want you to do something, or live a certain way, or be a certain way, or not do certain things, and I don't tell you, then I'm a massive tool. Because it's not fair to you. How are you supposed to know? Especially if I hide. It's one thing if I make it difficult and I'm and you want to come looking for me, but if I actually remove myself from your plane of existence, so you, through all your best efforts, you couldn't possibly find me and find out what I was all about. That's massively unfair. So yeah, I mean, now, as far as people, getting along and warring and all that, yeah, I mean, that's the other problem with the Abrahamic religions, is that none of it exists prior to, about 3000 BC. None of it. And we know people exist before that. So, and we know that there's other cultures that we have direct evidence that they existed back further. So it seemed kind of odd if right around the time when everyone was supposedly, a follower of God and Abraham, that people just didn't know about it. So that kind of, to me, says that, yeah, probably just as bullshit as all the rest of the beliefs we had. Every other belief system that we've had, most of them have come and gone or shrunk to insignificance. I actually know someone who's a Hellenist who they claim they believe in the Hellenistic gods. Why, I don't know, but let me see. Well, yeah, religion has proven utility for certain people, and I disagree with people. There are a lot of atheists who believe religion was created for the purpose of controlling people. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I don't know that we have evidence to indicate that. However, certainly people have used it as a tool to control people. And I think more often than not, that's what ends up happening these days. And like I said, that idea, that comforting thing, like that belief that, hey, grandma's life is over and her pain's over, and now she's someplace sharing her reward, and so she's going to have, even though she went through a lot, that there's some awesome place she's at now where there's no pain and everything's cool, and she can be happy in a way that she wasn't in life. That's appealing. That's very appealing. The problem is that I think two things. One, it does leave you open to being manipulated, and two, I'm not sure that people necessarily, it's a good way to deal with grief, because I think that if you have that, it's harder to let go. If you have, because I know, at least for the humans that I know that I've lost since I stopped believing, I still miss them. I still feel bad. I still hurt. I'll still cry over them occasionally, but I've been able to process that a lot better than I used to, because I think the reality of the situation, I've been able to accept better, that I'm never going to see them again. And while that's, immensely sad, I just have to, that finality kind of has helped me, move forward. I don't know why it hasn't helped me with the loss of my dog Blitzen, because I still I'm pretty messed up over that. But generally speaking, with my human friends and loved ones that I've lost, I deal with it a lot better. There's a study that found that, let me see, I wish I can highlight. Yeah. The concept of an all-knowing God parallels the development of large populations to better control people. Well, yeah, I mean, if you can convince people that there's this, celestial watcher, and you've got the line on what they want and don't want, and you convince them, hey, if you don't do what that being wants, which coincidentally matches exactly with what I want you to do, that there's this eternal punishment. That's powerful. That's powerful. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen where people who were either recent atheists or on the fence, like maybe in Vegas's position there, is that there's a fear of, well, if I accept that I don't believe this, am I opening? It's it's the Pascal's wager thing. What if I'm wrong, kind of thing. And I know that I experienced that for about a week, when I finally came to that realization that I don't believe it, and I haven't believed it for quite some time. There was about a week where I was just petrified. But then here's the interesting thing: because the God that I was taught was beneficent and compassionate and loving and all that, I came to the realization that, well, if the God that they taught me to believe in is true, that God wouldn't punish me with eternal torture for, being dubious. So that's the thing, I guess, by not drumming into me that, that fire and brimstone so heavily, they actually gave me the key to unlock the door to get out. Let me see here. You were the only person with each of your parents when they died. So death lost its mystery. Yeah, I've never been with anybody. Well, other than Blitzen, I've never been with anybody when they were dying. So I don't have that same experience. Well, right, and that's the thing, and that's why a lot of people like, particularly like Matt Dillahunty, has said that even if the God of the Bible does exist as written, then he would never worship that being because that being is a thug. And I have to agree. I mean, particularly in the Old Testament, I mean, God does some pretty nasty things. If you think about it, there's wickedness in the world, so I'm just going to flood and kill everybody, even little babies, and I'm going to kill other animals, which have nothing to do with causing the problem. That's a psychopath that does that. So I agree, and especially again, I was taught that God made everybody. So if God made everybody, then how could anybody be so flawed inherently that they're damned? Again, that's not fair to create somebody and then say that, well, you've got this thing, this malady, this aberration. Well, it's like, well, then you created that person with that aberration. So why are you going to punish them for being the way you made them? That doesn't, it's another thing too. And a lot of people don't, a lot of believers don't get that would be fairly monstrous. I've heard excuses to that God is testing them or whatever. But again, that seems really heinous. I mean, so particularly when, if you think about it, like if you look in the Old Testament, whether somebody, the Bible doesn't really talk about transgender people, but it does talk about homosexuality. And, in the Old Testament, in Leviticus, it says to stone them to death. So if God created them the way they are, then that's monstrous. You see, basically, I'm going to create this person that I'm going to command some other people that I also made, that if when they detect that this person is the way I made them, that they should stone them to death. I mean, that is like the worst possible thing. So then that any being that would do that is beyond that's beyond thuggish. I can't even come up with a word to describe how horrendous that would be. So okay, so I just have the van for 10 more minutes. Okay, thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. So you're not claiming to be an expert on what? I didn't catch that. Yes, I agree, Vegas. There's a lot of differences between the God of the Old Testament and Jesus in the New Testament. Not as much as people like to make out, but there's definitely differences for sure. Because the whole loving, compassionate thing, really none of that's in the Old Testament. I mean, basically, he says that God's a jealous God and all this kind of stuff. And there's another passage that says that God brings both good and evil into the world. Do angels have any reproductive organs? I would say, well, if they existed, it wouldn't make sense for them to have reproductive organs because clearly they're not reproducing that in that way. And that was actually a point in the movie Kevin Smith, Dogma, about that was one of the complaints that I forget if it was Matt Damon's character or Ben Affleck's character complaining. I think it was Matt Damon's character complaining about the lack of genitalia because of course they don't need it. And then I think Alan Rickman's character also mentions it too. Yeah. I made you this innate and uncontrollable desires. Fuck you if you do it or to the fire you go. Yeah, it's a monstrous setup, and even if the idea is, well, you're going to test them. Here's the other thing too that I thought of, and this is again something that helps me out of belief. When I believed, I never believed the idea that God would test you, because if God knows everything, including your mind in the future, then God would already know the answer to the test. So the test is unnecessary. That's why the story of Job is so horrible, because if God knows and made me, here's the thing, that story and other stories like it made me believe that if there was a God, this is when I still believed that God was not all knowing, because there's too many instances where God's either testing somebody or doesn't know where somebody is. And that's not the indication of a being that knows everything at all times from all frames. So so that kind of moved me down that path toward disbelief that, well, these things, if that God exists, then this God does not know everything, because the Bible that claims that exists is telling me it's not. It doesn't. Yeah, and my very first video, it's not up because the production quality was really horrible. But I did a video. My very first video was about that, or related to that. People told me that I couldn't judge God with human morals and ethics and human reason, because God's reason was so much beyond mine. But here's the problem with that, is that if that's the case, and if God's the source of reason, that would mean that if human reason was incomplete, then it's not reliable. Because, and when I say reason, I'm not just talking about our ability to think. You think about the laws of logic and things like that. If those are not actually absolute, and they don't, then that means we literally can't know anything with any certainty. So it would basically mean our reason would be worthless completely. And so, at the very least, and of course, if God gave it to us, then our knowledge is a subset of what God knows. But again, ours would have to be as good, or a capacity at least would have to be as good. Otherwise, again, we don't know. We can't know anything at all. So now it's a unity set. And so I was doing these graphics with like a Venn diagram. So I had an overlap, and then I had them become a unity set. And then I said, my conclusion was that, well, since, when believers talk about what God wants or doesn't want, people always tell it from, it always seems to match what they want. And it's really the fact that, when you look at it, well, their human reason, kind of goes beyond God's reason, because God's never capable of doing anything that we can't figure in the Bible at all. So, and so my Venn diagram, the human logic filled the entire screen, and then God's logic shrunk down. Unfortunately, I wasn't really good at I did it in PowerPoint, I think, and then I had this program that converted it over, and the software wasn't really up to scratch, and I didn't really know what I was doing so well. So that video didn't stay up very long. But why did I stop making videos? Big reason I stopped. I guess I never totally stopped, but why I stopped making them regularly. Back at the time, so you're talking, I did a lot of videos between like 2011 to like 2013 or so. And the problem was that there was always so much drama going on YouTube. And so every time I would get motivated to make a video, I'd see some drama going on, and I would just get frustrated, and I would say to hell with it, and I wouldn't do it. The other thing, and I mentioned this before in Hangouts, and it's true, there's a certain amount of me that's vain. As you can see right now, I'm not shaved and my hair is all a mess. I don't know why I'm less vain for a live stream, but I am. But when I'm making a video that I'm trying to, when I was trying to grow my channel, I like to be well groomed and all this. And so that was another, and basically just being lazy, really. And then sometimes things in the world just kind of get me down so much that I start. There's some videos I still have that I started and just never finished. It's funny because plus, and then around 2015 or so, a lot of people I started leaving because of a lot of the drama and a lot of other things that were going. So between 2013 and 2015, that's also when the community kind of blew up, when all of a sudden large numbers of atheist channels turned into let's attack feminism and not focus on actual atheism. Thank you. Oh, you like that one. Thank you so much. And so that's kind of stuff. I just kind of felt like we lost the community that we had. And so I didn't feel as into it. And that's why the videos I've done in the last few years have been more political or race-based or race politics. Because it's something that matters to me, something I have to live every day. And so I kind of doing for myself. And the reason why I came to YouTube in the first place is I used to be on the New York Mets forum, and I used to be on one of the games I play, one of the forums for that. And I got banned from the game forum because mostly disagreements with the game designer / owner of the company. So, and this was someplace that, because I was one game, I'm one of the better players in the world, so I had a lot of clout there, and I lost that. And then the Mets forum, I got blocked, but then I created a new thing, and I was still on there. But then the baseball forums went away, and so I didn't have a place to kind of, where I could get my thoughts out there. And around the same time when I was really discovering atheism, and realizing that it applied to me, I kept getting into discussions with people, believers that, and they would not understand certain concepts. So my thought was, I'll make a video, and then when this discussion comes up, instead of having to rehash the same topic over and over, I can just give them a link. Here, go watch my video on that topic, and you'll get my thoughts on it. And then I start, and then. But even before I started making the videos, I came to YouTube, and I tried engaging the community through commenting. And while there are some people like Green Machine, I don't know that Green has ever made any videos, but Green, everybody knows Green. But it was very difficult to kind of get any traction just as a commenter. And a few channels like Paul C. Hartley, Prof. MTH, and D-Landing Cole, all three of them, and probably some other people that I'm forgetting at the moment, they kind of encouraged me, like, hey, Joe, you come in here, you have something good to say, you should make videos too. You're never going to get traction just in the comments. You need to get out there and you need to make videos. And that's when I started doing it. But I've been kind of leaning toward making them again. I was in Rational Warriors hangout last week. And he said right on camera, like, hey, I'm imploring you, get back out there and start making videos again. So I probably will. Yeah, Prof was great. Prof was one of my favorites. He's a wonderful person in person too, which is another thing that, there are some people that are a certain way on camera, but they're different in person, but he's even cooler in person. I mean, he's always cool on camera, but he's even cooler in person. I got to meet him, but that's really, I know that's kind of a long-winded and roundabout way, but that's basically why how I got into it and why I stopped doing it regularly. I've actually also thought about some of my older videos. There's a number of videos that you haven't seen because they're privated. Not that they were bad videos, but my production values weren't as good, or my perspective may have changed some, and I think I could do a better job. I thought about going back and redoing. There's certain topics that I think are worthwhile redoing and doing a better job at the video than I did before. So the big thing is, yeah, Rational Warrior does do hangouts. And he doesn't do it. He changed his channel. It's not Rational Warrior anymore. It's Black Culture Geeks. And they do a hangout every Saturday. I actually missed it today. But yeah, so they had me in last week to talk about reparations, among other things, and we kind of diverged to other topics. But I was in their hang for about an hour and a half, and he was trying to get me to come back, and so I probably will. Because I do think I have something to say. I remember when people were leaving, and a lot of people felt like they didn't have anything else stuff to say. And I'm like, really? There's always something going on. There's always a topic, whether it's current events or, there's certain issues you may not have addressed. So I never understand when people say they don't have anything to talk about, because I always have something to talk about, even if no one wants to hear it. Yeah, and you know what, Vegas, I have to say, I know for a while there, I was at odds with you and I was yelling and screaming at you. I don't want to do that. I would think I was just kind of think a lot of things were getting to me, but you're not a bad guy. I don't hate you. And even like I was glad last week, Amy came in, and I know she and I had been at odds, and I was glad that went really well. We didn't have any agita, and it was really, really nice and peaceful. So, I try to go through these phases. I try to be no drama Joe because I don't really like drama. Drama actually, gives me physical problems. It actually causes me physical distress. So I don't really like it, and that's why. And that's another reason why. That's the reason why I am heavier on the banhammer than Paul is. You again. Sometimes you've trolled, and sometimes you clowned around, but I do think deep down you do want to have a discussion. And that's when Robert Wallace came last week, he just came and was just saying nasty shit. He clearly didn't want to have a discussion. He just wanted to be an asshole. So I was like, yeah, bye, you're gone. You're adding nothing. And even Republicus / Curious, I didn't permanently ban him. I gave him a timeout because they said, here's your opportunity. If you want, you could tell me I'm wrong all day long. You can if you want to explain why you think I'm wrong, go for it. But when someone just wants to come and insult and troll, I have no fucking time for that shit. So that's where I'm at, and I call myself Count Blockula, because I block so many people, and sometimes I'll tell someone that they are about to become the latest emigre to Blockitania. One of the things, I mentioned before around the time when I stopped making videos regularly, it was when, again, what happened was we were having a lot of atheist conferences. It was pretty cool for most of us, but one, attendance by women was fairly low. For a while, it started to pick up, and then it retrograded again. And a big part of the reason why is a lot of the women going to the things felt that they were being mistreated. They felt that a lot of men were just looking at it as an opportunity to have sex and not take any of the women seriously. There generally were not many, if any, women speakers. And so they spoke up. And the backlash was quick and overwhelming, and really started to reach a crescendo with Elevator Gate. For anyone who doesn't know, basically Elevator Gate was Rebecca Watson I think it was in Scotland, gave a talk at a conference. After the conference, she was in an elevator. Another YouTuber who I actually know, I won't mention his name, but he said, "Well, that was great." Oh, Brian's here. Hey, Brian. He said, that was great. And he basically said, you want to come back to mine for coffee, which she took as being propositioned. And so she did it in her videos. She mentioned it. It was kind of in passing. And she's like, guys, don't do that. It made her uncomfortable. That's fine. But the backlash was like overwhelming. And I remember I didn't get involved at the time because I feel like when there is a drama going on, everyone's too charged. Everyone is too biased. So I wait until things blow over and then I go and look myself. So I try to get it as an unbiased, well, not I won't say unbiased because obviously I have biases too, but I want to get an unvarnished view of something. So this way I try to get as uninfluenced by other people's opinions and try to form my own. And I went and I watched the video that everybody was all up in arms about, and I was like, "That's it." Yeah, that's yeah. You got something, Brian?
Are we talking about the Rebecca Watson?
Yeah.
Thing? Yeah, with who was it? Dawkins. He commented on it, didn't he? Put his foot in his mouth. Yeah. Okay. Exactly. I just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page.
That's exactly right. Yeah, Dawkins, and basically Dawkins engaged in the fallacy of relative privation. Basically, his thing was like, well, here's this, well-off, white American, and meanwhile, Muslim women are on their ass. And like, well, yeah, Muslim women are on their ass in a lot of places. That doesn't mean that she didn't have a legitimate concern, and she also wasn't making a big deal about it. That's the funny part. She wasn't like all pissed off. She wasn't angry. She wasn't attacking anybody. She's just like, that wasn't really cool. Don't do that, guys. Really, down to earth and uneven. And then from that point on, that's when the hate machine. And so then what ended up happening is after that, a lot of women now, because there was this like hostility coming out. And then shortly after this is when, Feminist Frequency, Anita Sarkeesian started making her videos. And so there was a backlash to that. And so then Atheism Plus started, and it was basically people who said, look, they wanted to meld their humanism with their atheism and make it a movement. And look, to be fair, it was kind of a clunky start, and they made some big mistakes, and there was a backlash. But then, long after Atheism Plus was a thing, I mean, I still hear people complaining about that shit now, and that hasn't been a thing for like 8 years. And so it just became this like hate tank of like anti-feminist bullshit, and it was just like, look, you know, feminists, just like any other group, have their radicals and have their problems, but it was just like this nonstop hate fest, and it really turned me off. And unfortunately, a lot of these people that were the ones that stoked this hate fest are still in high regard in the atheist community. In fact, PZ Myers just did a blog post about it today. I was reading, and yeah, I agree with what he said because it's true.
I have to admit, I've been not following a lot of the atheist, theist, feminist, anti-feminist, SJW, anti-SJW bullshit since probably 2015, 2016.
You're better off. You're better off.
Because quite frankly, all of the shit that I hear one group level against the other, and it doesn't matter which side it comes from, both sides are guilty of the same fucking shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, they commit the same fucking logical fallacies. They pick on the same fucking human flaws. It's just bullshit as I see it. And just with regards to the Rebecca Watson thingy, I understand why she said, guys, don't do that. But here's the thing. If you don't ask, you don't know. And as long as you're polite and as long as you're not offensive about it, there really is no harm in saying to somebody, look, we just happen to be traveling the elevator. Would you mind if we met for coffee tomorrow or something?
Right.
But I agree. Would you like to come back and see my etchings, wiggle eyebrows approach? Yeah, that's not a good look for anybody.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And that's the thing. So the whole thing spun out. You're right. I mean, because that was the thing that got me too, because there were people that were defending her. And again, I had no problem with what she said, but some of her defenders were basically, making it out like it was never ever right to proposition somebody. I'm like, well, then how do people have sex? I mean, it's gonna happen
exactly.
at some point.
Exactly.
You know,
if we take that line, we're a doomed species.
Yeah. Now, I was looking at Vegas's question here. Why do you think it's the case that most non-believers lean left or versus right? I don't know that it's most, but I think certainly it's more. And I think in part because I think it's kind of an outgrowth of humanism, because I think that at least there's conscious, active atheists and there's passive atheists. Passive atheists, basically, they don't believe. They're usually people who never believed, and they don't necessarily not believe because they've thought about it and come to the conclusion. It's just that they were never taught to believe, so they just don't. They're not atheists because they're aware of the concept of a God, but they're not. They don't go around. They haven't had the philosophical discussion in their own head to decide to come to a conclusion not to be a believer. And then there's active atheists, like I used to believe, and then through a variety of reasons came to the conclusion that I no longer believe. So I call that active atheism. And so I would say that active atheists at least tend to be more likely to favor, look at humanism as a basis, because that's one thing that believers always ask us, like, well, if you don't have belief, where do you get your morals from? And humanism is one of many foundations that people could use as a basis for their morality and their ethics. And if you do, I think that even though I don't think humanism is inherently left wing, I think if you agree with the concepts within humanism, you're more likely to end up there as a consequence, because if you care about well-being, and about not just yourself but humans in general. That and if you look at from a pragmatic perspective, what has worked better and what has not, you're more likely to end up on the left. Doesn't mean you're definitely going to, but you're more likely going to end up on the left. Yeah, Brian.
I'd just like to push back a little bit against that argument, because by the same token, I've heard it argued that people who are driven by the scientists, by the sciences, are more likely to arrive at atheism on their own. And quite frankly, that, given the number of scientists that have faith, and I'm just going to cite, for example, Fiona from back in the day, who's Catholic. Jade, another one, sadly missed, by the way.
Yeah, Miss Jade.
So that argument isn't as strong as people think it is. And likewise, I think a similar argumentation for humanism leading to left politics. Again, I see similar problems with that, particularly coming from the UK as I do, where we've got left and right wing, now closely more resembling the US bipolarism than ever since 2016. But as a country, we are probably less religious now than we've ever been. So that inherently kind of covers both sides of the political divide.
Okay, now here's a question though. Now, as you like to point out, the Britain is even though it's has been drifting to the right the last 20 years or so, 25 years, that overall Britain's still further to the left than the United States.
I'd say that used to be. My biggest problem is that is increasingly less so.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree with you there.
if you look at a snapshot of the UK today, with Bojo the Clown in charge and Brexit and Nigel Farage and all of this other bullshit that's going on in our politics, I'd say now more than ever, we are probably a mini reflection of what's happening in the US. Even our Labour Party, traditionally left-leaning, the party of the working man, that sold out to fucking capitalism, corporatism, and right-wing politics when Blair took over. And it's been struggling to get back its core principles ever since. And every time it tries to, it gets beaten down with this anti-Semitism brush. Meanwhile, the conservatives are displaying very clear and obvious anti-Islamic bigotry.
Right.
And it's like, okay, so which group? And it just drives us back to this cult of personality, least worst option bullshit.
Right.
And it's
here's
nuts.
Here's the thing though. Now with conservatives in the UK, would you say, I would argue, and you tell me if you agree or not, that they as a party or as a group are not emblematic of humanism, that their policies are not humanistic policies, generally speaking?
No, but they try and present them in a humanistic way.
Right, but it's for show.
Yeah, as they're oh, we love the NHS, we're going to do all that we can to keep it going, is just for show. Right. Because they cannot be seen to want to dismantle it.
Right, but what I'm saying is that it's not atheism, but rather humanism that drives people to the left. So to the extent that atheists, I think that, again, active atheists are more likely to be humans, not all atheists. Because again, if you grew up in a society where people aren't believing, or your family at least was not believing, I don't know that you're necessarily. In fact, I would probably say the opposite, because I've noticed that atheist libertarians tended to grow up in households where they were atheists. So they weren't, and I would again argue that they're not, and showing humanistic tendencies. That basically once you accept humanism as a foundation, that it's going to lead to, more often than not, or more often than the opposite, left-wing tendencies, because by their nature, if you see, it's clear in their rhetoric that right-wing thought tends to be more individualistic, not entirely, but more, and left-wing thought tends to be more. I was trying to think of the word. Caretaking. Welcome back, Jack.
Hi. Define caretaking.
Well,
I think I know what you mean, but
well, for instance, having a welfare state, having NHS, having the some social welfare programs, having spending money on societal needs, collectivism, basically, that we're gonna produce this thing, and maybe not everybody's going to get equal uses of it, but it's going to be available to everybody. That the right wing tends to not be in favor of collectivism, and the left wing tends to be in favor of collectivism. And I would argue that humanism would lead to more toward collectivism than not.
I would say in broad brushstrokes that you're right, but.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's probabilistic. I'm not saying it's an absolute.
Yeah.
Or everybody.
Yeah.
I just think because what we're really talking about here is tendencies, and I think that's what Vegas was asking, like, about these tendencies. So I think that's my surmise, is that if you are an active atheist and you subscribe to humanism, you're more likely to be left leaning. What do you think, Sue?
I'm going to have to process that one a bit, because there are some inherent human traits that I think are common on both the left and the right.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, because I actually know a little bit about humanism. I was actually part of a humanist when I lived in Korea. I was part of a humanist group, as a matter of fact, and we got into a lot of deep discussions and everything. As far as I think it's more of a left thing than a right thing. I see more of the right being way more Christian based. I think you do have some Christians on the left too. You do have that.
We're talking within atheists alone. We're not
within atheists. I think it's more left, for sure. Way more left.
What do you think, Jack?
In America, that's certainly the case. I can't really speak to any other country. It's an interesting question, because, of course, we're only talking about monotheists. When we talk about atheism, I mean, how do we look at a country like Japan or China, or countries where the same sense of religion is I mean, we don't have a very similar baseline for what religiosity looks like in the West and the East. So you could say that the humanist tendencies in the U.S. Stem from a leftist point of view to start, and then God doesn't fit into that leftist point of view as far as it's depicted in the Bible. So you have, Jesus certainly does. Many things that Jesus says fit into a leftist framework. But if you're starting from a leftist point of view, and then you just read a flood story or anything like that, it seems, right off the bat that you've got a contradiction in terms of what religion and sort of a more collectivist position would be.
Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on that. That's helped me formulate my thoughts a little. So thanks. Yeah, it has been argued in the past, and I can see the arguments for it, that Jesus was in fact one of the earliest communists. And communism is about as left as you can go when it comes to collectivism, etc., etc. But yeah, this is something that I've never really been able to understand about American evangelical Christianity, is how it has managed to become so right wing and to exemplify the right wing the way that it does, and is so often portrayed. That to me confuses me, because the Christianity that I grew up with is the complete antithesis of I mean, for example, some of the aphorisms, money being the root of all evil, collection plates going around churches, being voluntary contribution, not an expected tithe of a specific amount. So many other things, do unto others as you would have them do to you, and all of this stuff.
Right.
So all of this coveting of your neighbor's ass and all of this stuff that comes out of the religious right, I really do not get that. Say religious right as in the American religious right. Obviously.
Well, the funny thing is, it didn't used to. Basically, the evangelicals were not all that political until some savvy right winger determined, hey, we can get them jazzed up about abortion and a couple other and nativism and a couple other things, because of where they geographically were centered.
Right, Francis Schaeffer, or Francis Schaeffer Sr., I should say.
Right, that those issues resonated because of the culture and geography, that basically pushed them down that road, and then the right wing started going after them, and then culminating in when Ronald Reagan made his deal with that particular devil of Jerry Falwell and the so-called moral majority and the religious right, and then it became political. So then this became this melding of evangelical Christianity and the Republican Party.
Would the rise of the Tea Party have been a turning point in this journey?
Long before that.
Yeah.
Long before
I
that.
think the rise of the Tea Party was sort of an inevitable thing, in that it was a coalescing of the interests of evangelical Christians with the interests of corporatists and people who had a lot of money to spend, because the Tea Party was largely funded by people like Sheldon Adelson, casino billionaire, the Kochs, who were paper and I forget what else, but
heavy industry, really.
Yeah, heavy industry and oil products and things like that. So you have a whole bunch of billionaires who have a certain thing that they want. They want less taxes. They want more of a libertarian worldview, and they see the evangelical Christians as an excellent sort of foil or road to that, and so they fund those campaigns. And particularly, healthcare was a relatively easy scapegoat for the boomer generation, because it they were the ones susceptible to the idea that communism looks like social care, and they grew up with all the propaganda that inculcated that. So it was pretty easy to convince them that, making sure they didn't have to pay for, stage 4 liver cancer or, whatever else, was the beginning of the dark road to a complete communist takeover of the United States.
Oh,
and the other thing too, and I've mentioned this before, is that, and this doesn't apply to all evangelicals, I want to make that clear, but there are a segment of evangelicals that are Calvinist. And if you look at Calvinism, which I'm sure you have, Anyone who believes in the idea of the elect and the idea that basically you can't earn your way into heaven. There's no acts, there's no deeds that you can do to change your state. You're either elect or you are not. And so then there's really no point in helping someone who is not elect, because they're not getting to heaven. No, even if they do everything right, they're not getting into heaven. And so and then on top of it, when you have this belief that, well, God tends to grant favors to those who are elect and tends to deny them of people who are not elect. So if someone's doing badly, it's probably because they're disfavored in God's eyes, which means they're not even worthy of the help.
Right.
And then the elect, of course, you can rationalize and excuse all manner of atrocities because they're forgiven because they are elect. They've already got the golden ticket, so they can stab babies in the face and burn puppies with a flamethrower, but they're elect. They got that golden ticket.
So why can't they perform abortions then?
None of it makes sense. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, think about this. They care so much about the fetus, and they despise the idea of spending a penny on that fetus once it is born and is a living, breathing, independent human being. You know,
well, that makes as much sense as salt on a path to encourage slugs.
Yeah. So they insist that it's born, and then immediately don't want anything to do with it. They don't want to spend a penny on it. And in fact, and in a way, a lot of their rhetoric is that basically that child that gets born is a punishment to the mother for having sex in a way, when she should not have. But that's the thing, and that's one thing I will say. My friend Ty, he's Catholic, and he's very, when every year there's like a march to Washington where they're like, the anti-abortion, and he participates in it. But one thing I like about what he does is every year he posts the same thing, and it basically says, if you care about the fetus and you don't care about the child, you are not pro-life. And he just goes down the list of all these things. Like, if you're pro-life, then you're fucking pro-life. You can't be for the death penalty if you're pro-life, and you can't be willing to throw people to the wolves and not give them food if you're pro-life. And he just goes down the list. So at least I respect his position in that. I disagree with his position on abortion, but at least everything he's consistent in everything else that goes with that.
Yeah, it's consistent, and you have to respect consistency, even if you disagree with it. I totally agree. But not that they're ever likely to see this, but just one of the things that I forget who it was, whether it was you or Geek that said it, Joe, but these billionaires that kickstarted this religious right thing, they conveniently or lost or never read or whatever the passage that says it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And the interesting thing there is that the needle that's being referred to is actually a gateway in Jerusalem. And you'd have to be a double-jointed camel to get through that gate.
The funny thing about the camel through and any of those aphorisms that sort of get left behind is that most of the Bible gets left behind. I mean, who's talking about Judges 19, which is about, the Hittite, I'm not actually sure. It might be an Israelite who, chops up a whore who he forced to sleep on his doorstep and die of exposure. And then he sends 19 of her body parts to the 19 tribes of Israel, and
choice.
Sorry?
So that's choice.
Right. Yeah. It's one of the most horrendous stories in the Bible, and nobody ever talks about it.
Yeah. But the one thing that you have to say about the Bible is, good and bad. Yeah. It is a fairly accurate snapshot of the human condition. Yeah. We can be very highly altruistic beings, and we can also be ultimately heinous. You know,
Oh,
and
no argument there. Yeah, it's and the funny thing is, well, I don't know if I told you guys this in a hangout before, but years ago, like a friend of mine got married, and the night before she got married, I ended up staying up to like 3 o'clock in the morning talking to her fiance about stuff, and because she and I had been very, very close friends. Like we were in college and we were still friends. And so I didn't, so I was distrustful of him, and, he knew that we had a close relationship. So he was distrustful of me, and we ended up having a very, very good, productive discussion. And we realized, okay, we respect one another, and, and all that. So, but anyway, during the discussion, so this guy grew up, evangelical. He's from Texas. And so he's had these strong libertarian tendencies, very Republican, Republican / libertarian, and so at one point he says to me, "Who said?" Because basically my thing was, like, well, if you want to stop abortion, then you best be willing to pony up the money to take care of that child once it gets here, and the mother, and all this, and just down the list, I was basically stumping for liberal kind of stuff, the liberal wish list. And he was like, "Who says that I have to do this and that I have to give to this person and I have to help these people?" And I looked at him and I said, "Jesus." And his eyes got like as big as plates, and he was just stunned and he stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't know what to say, and because apparently no one had ever challenged him like this. And he was just like, you could just see it. And it's very rare that, when we talked about this before, it's very rare when you get into these discussions that you're going to change anybody's mind, that there's, it's going to have any long lasting effect. But it did. That was the thing. He was so hit in the face by it. He didn't change in an instant, but the fact that he got, this ecclesiastical smack in the face, and he had to go off and think about it. And now he's, she was always liberal. So now he's just as liberal, or nearly as liberal as she is, because he got down that road, because I challenged him and said, well, no, if you believe this stuff, then your belief is inconsistent, or your political views are inconsistent with your ecumenical views.
Yeah, I have to say that we were talking about Calvinism a while back. I think there's going to be a lot of Calvinists that are going to be very, very surprised, if they are correct, to learn that they aren't actually elect because of the fucking way they behaved down here.
Okay. Well, here's the funny thing about that, and because I did a video about this years ago. I don't know if it's still up, but I know I didn't delete it, so I could put it back up. But the funny thing about, there's not all Calvinists believe this, by the way, but the 5-point Calvinists that are very strict about.
Yeah, it's the 5-point ones, isn't it? Yeah. So in election, it says, I forget if it was in the Book of Daniel or Revelations, but it basically calls out 144,000 elect. Now it mentions it twice, so we're not sure if it's 144,000 total or it's two groups of 144,000, so you got 288,000. But that's it. That's all the golden tickets there are. So, and at the time I made the video, there were only over 4 million Calvinists in the United States alone when I made the video. So simple, and that's just what was alive that in 2013. So simple pigeonhole principle says that most of the people who believe this stuff ain't getting a golden ticket. So what I had done is, now you can see the screen, reflects in my glasses. And somebody had complained, a few people had complained to me that they found it distracting when I did a video that, you could see my screen and my glasses. But I put that to good use. When I made the video, when I get to the part where I discussed the fact that, a lot of them are wrong, and, even if they're right, a lot of them are wrong, just like you were saying. So I said, that means a lot of people are wrong. And I said about a great many things. And when I did it, I had the Yule log video running so that the flames were
in my glasses. So you saw the fire in my glasses, and I said about the great many things. And so I was, even if you're right, most of you are damned. So
Yeah, I can relate to that. I don't know if you remember them, but back in the day, I did a series of Satan Jr. videos.
oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that was kind of part of the founding rationale of that. Is like, guess who's coming to dinner, boys and girls?
I just want to say hello to Green Machine in the
Yeah,
chat.
it's green.
Yeah, hey, Greenie.
Now there was Vegas had a question earlier that we had a good flow going, and I didn't want to interrupt what we were doing, but I'll jump back to his question here. Do you detect any sort of political realignment of a populist center that moves away from this hyper neoliberalism that is so interwoven with China and so forth? I think there's a lot of disaffection with the parties that we have.
Certainly, Yang is popular, in large part due to that group of disaffected people who he has an interesting kind of cross appeal. Go ahead, sorry.
I've got a kind of fairly quick two-part answer to this. It's only two-part because China's mentioned. I think particularly with what's going on in the States at the moment, and as I'm watching the news and the news reports, and I see the hyperpolarization, and as CRB Vegas asked in chat, he asked, are the left and the right trying to kill each other over there in the UK like they seem to be doing here? I think people are going to get so pissed off with this polarization that there is going to be a regrouping in the center naturally anyway.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people are pissed off with over capitalism, to the extent that it's affecting their ability to get work, it's affecting their ability to survive, even keep a roof over their head. Yeah. And I think that is going to entail a huge kickback at some point. Plus, you're getting a lot of people on the left that are getting so pissed off with this ultra political correctness that they're going to be abandoning the left. And they're not going to join the right. A lot of people on the right are saying, yeah, well, they're joining us. No, they're not. No, because just quickly to get onto the China bit. China has been isolated from the world for so many centuries. And the world is not, and China is not in a position where they can be self-sustaining anymore. China needs the rest of the world, just as the rest of the world is going to have to learn to interact with China. The separation has been such that, we are almost talking about meeting an alien. It's almost as significant as trying to incorporate aliens from the next star system over, almost in human
Maybe
terms.
Angel
Angel
Rider.
Alien.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So I think at some point, yes, China is going to have to be part of the picture. The globe isn't going to survive otherwise.
Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk about political correctness. Oh my gosh, it's gotten to the point I'm just like done with it. I mean, I see it in circles that I'm in where it's like, no, the thing that you're teaching about and trying to tell people not to do, you're doing the same thing. Oh my gosh, it's just, I hate the political correctness now. It's driving me nuts. But it wouldn't mean to go to another. It wouldn't push me to go like another direction. No, it's just that's just something I just don't agree with.
Yeah, I would say that there's a mistake in American politics, and maybe this exists in the UK as well. But there is a assumption that the political spectrum is liberal and conservative, and that liberal and left are the same thing. And there really isn't, because I don't think most leftists aren't particularly fond of political correctness either. And what you have is sort of liberal ideology, which certainly is what this nation is largely founded on. Most of the early thinkers of the United States were liberal thinkers, but they weren't leftists. They were revolutionaries, obviously, because we had a revolution, but they weren't, with maybe the exception of Benjamin Franklin or a couple of other people who were, particularly radical for the time. They mostly weren't leftists. And so if the right wing thinks, or conservatives think, that disaffected liberals are going to wander over to the right wing, they're missing the fact that there is a huge third sort of point on a triangle that is leftism. And I think the neoliberalism, because it is sort of the mode most pervasive in the modern world, you will get more conservatives and you will get more leftists as people sort of fall out of love with neoliberalism and its associated connection to liberalism.
Yeah, one other thing too, I kind of want to push back on the idea that a lot of people have that political correctness is a vehicle or near the sole purview of the left, or nearly so.
Right.
Because or that it's a new thing that it just happened in 1985. My perfect example, or one of my examples of right wing political correctness, was in a number of markets. The episode of Star Trek where Kirk kisses Uhura was not run because basically they were worried about
cancel culture.
Yeah, exactly. Cancel culture. You can't show this TV show in this market because the backlash will be immediate and severe, because the idea of a white man kissing a black woman is anathema to the people watching it. This is political correctness too. Right. For that matter, black people sitting on the back of the bus is political correctness. Not being able to vote or get housing is political correctness. Basically, the people in charge said, we do not want to cotton these things. And so it's not new, and it's certainly not the unique purview of the left. Hell, the whole bullshit, droning on about the war on Christmas that never existed is political correctness from the right wing. So, and as far as cancel culture, they're canceling their own people right now, so I kind of bristle at this, because it's always framed of, and look, are there people on the left that go too far with it? Sure. But at least I find that when it appears, it's most often, not always, but most often coming from a place of trying to do right. And usually what I find the irony is that, and a certain amount of it comes from something that George Carlin said. White people have created a language to hide their sins. So what ends up happening, when it happens in the left, sometimes, very often, you have white people, white liberals, white leftists, and any combination thereof, who are basically being paternalistic and trying to protect, black and brown people. And because you don't really hear this stuff coming out of black people, you don't hear it coming out of Latinos or Hispanic people. It's or Asian people. It's coming from white people. And I've actually, have on myself, when I've seen it, called it out, because it's dismissive, and it's basically it's soft racism. So I don't need the worst example I could think of was after the 2016 election, and obviously everyone, anyone even modestly left of center, were not happy with the results, and there were people going around with safety pins to let black and brown people know that, I'm a safe person you can come talk to. Like, black and brown people were just sitting there shivering, waiting for white people to protect us, as if we were ever going to fucking depend on white people for anything, or that we needed to. And that was, to me, was one of the most insulting things I've ever seen in my life. I told my wife that, and she first told her, she was like, and I tried to say it neutral, so I didn't give her, let her know what I was thinking, and her face crinkled up and was like, oh my God, like, yeah, this is horrible. And because that's actually how bigotry tends to show up on the left when it does happen. It tends to be paternalistic. It's not the get out of my way N word. It's more of like, oh, we got to protect the poor little fuzzy, black and brown people.
Yeah, you mentioned the so-called infamous Kirk Uhura kiss. Now, I can remember seeing that and just being unaffected by it. And this was back in the 70s, so far less.
1968.
Well, don't forget, UK, we got things a bit later.
That's true. That's true.
And we also had a habit of rerunning things, so I actually saw it on its second run,
me too.
Which was in the early 70s. But there was something else. Which then led on to what you were saying about being paternalistic, and that being a form of soft racism. The way that it's framed, I absolutely I can agree with what you said there. But earlier on, I mentioned some fairly fundamental aspects of human nature which exist, and one of those fundamental aspects of human nature, particularly if you internally consider somebody else to be part of the group, part of the clan, part of the tribe, part of the inn, not an enemy, is a desire for mutual protection.
Sure.
Yeah. Likewise, when encountering something that's perceived as a threat, you will rally the forces behind you, to confront that threat. Now, all of this is very evolutionarily driven, and it's a leftover from when we were secluded little tribes that really didn't know if we could trust the people next door or not. And the reason we didn't know that was because every now and again they would raid us for goats, or raid us for women, or raid us for whatever. But then when a larger threat came up, like a predator in the forests, you'd come together for mutual protection. So your erstwhile enemy would be part of the force that you would gather to confront this threat. Now, we don't live in that sort of society anymore, except we do. And the reason we do is because this hangover of our behavior, forces us to create the divisions that nature no longer provides for us.
Well,
and what makes that doubly insidious is that our elected leaders play on these. They play on them. That there's another aphorism: divide and conquer, and that is precisely what we see in left versus right politics.
Sure,
it's gone beyond policy, and it's now pure tribalism.
Well, for sure, but I guess my point is that there is a difference between mutual protection and paternalistic. Like a good example is, when Britain occupied India, and when the people of India were like, "Yeah, that's nice, but you should leave now because we don't want or need you here," and what they were often told back that, well, we can't leave because, you need us as a steward, because, they told the Muslims, well, hey, if we leave, the Hindus are going to rise up and kill you. And of course they told the Hindus the same thing. And there was a scene in the movie Gandhi, which is based on something that actually happened. The exact words that were said were probably not exact, but the intent
sentiment
was there. The sentiment was there. And and basically the sentiment expressed by the British to the Indian National Congress was, you literally like, yeah, you guys couldn't get on, you couldn't manage your own affairs without us. Which, of course, that's paternalistic. That's not mutual protection. That's basically saying you are lesser beings and you can't possibly get on without our administration because, we're up here and you're down there.
I wouldn't argue against that example in the slightest, because imperialism is one of the greatest evils of the world.
But let me finish the sentiment though. But the thing is that I do see, and I have seen people engaging in that mutual protection like you're talking about. But I've also seen people. It's in their words. You have to, in the context of what they say and how they say it. You can see there's a very much of like I've got to step forward and protect this person because they're not capable. You've heard the term white knighting. And I'm sure you've seen where, and I know this is something that a lot of feminist friends I've had, complained to me about, not that I've done it, but they're about when it's happened to them, where there's a discussion and a feminist is talking to someone who isn't a feminist and they're not agreeing. And then some man who may fancy himself a feminist or feminist friendly does the, step back, I'll handle this kind of thing. And of course, that is not empowering. That's disempowering. That's literally pushing her out of the way because, you need me because my words or my actions are going to be so much more effective than what you're doing. And that's paternalistic. And so there is a difference. Now, is there a gray area? For sure. But there's definitely some times where it's not so gray. Like that's why I brought up the safety pin. The safety pin, that's not gray. That's just, I'm putting a badge on. This is my badge. I'm the hero. This is my hero badge because Black and brown people need me to protect them. That was like, really pissed me off is like, Steve had posted, Steve Shives posted something about it. And then I basically said, yeah, I think this is kind of horrible and disgusting. And two people that were friends and no longer friends of his, but they were friends of his, they basically attacked me. And basically were telling me, I'm like, no, I'm the person you think you're protecting. And I'm telling you I find this insulting. And they were basically telling me I was stupid and I should shut the fuck up. Now, think about that. They're there and they're telling me to shut the fuck up when I tell them, yeah, that's not a good way to protect. You're being a bad ally. That's not a good way to help me. And so that was nakedly paternalistic.
You were talking about, I'm safe pin. Yeah.
A literal virtue signal.
Yes, a literal virtue signal.
Yeah. Would you make the same sort of argument to people, white people who are supporting the Black Lives Matter movement?
Depends on how they do it.
By wearing BLM T-shirts, by turning up to rallies.
That's fine. That's visibility. That's
okay.
Passive
but
action.
Isn't that argument also true with the good ally pin?
No.
Could you explain to me what the distinction is?
Because of what the intent of the pin is. The pin is literally like Jack says, it's a virtue signal that says, hey, if you're a Black person or a brown person and you're upset by the election results and you're feeling uneasy, you can basically cleave to my breast and I'll protect you.
I'm one of the good ones.
What did the pin actually say?
Oh, the pin didn't say anything.
It was literally a safety pin, just any old sewing safety pin.
Right, it was any old safety pin. But
like people wear a pink ribbon because they're supporting cancer.
It wasn't even that. It was any simple silver safety pin that you would
literally
get on your sewing set.
Picture a safety pin you've seen in your life. That's what it was.
Okay, so the punks are in trouble then.
Yeah,
because here's the thing. It's right, exactly. But
that's cultural appropriation.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if it was presented as just saying, "I'm putting this pin on because that's my little ribbon to say I support BLM," would have been no problem. But once it's turned into a thing, I'm wearing this token that says, "You come to me and I'll hide you under my cloak." That's completely different.
Because the point of it was it is a safety pin. I am safe. I am a shelter in a storm. I'm, the person you can come to. That was the signal. It wasn't BLM, which is, yeah, I agree, Black Lives Matter. I support this. I support reframing the discussion to include Black people in all the people who matter already. That's one thing.
Okay.
And then the safety pin is this entirely other thing of basically, proclaiming, if you're in trouble, come to me, I'll protect you. Which nobody can guarantee that for everybody anyway. Even if you were completely sincere, you simply can't be that person.
Right.
And so it's also self-aggrandizing in it.
It's very self-aggrandizing, because then you're making it about you. See, the shirt just says, "Hey, the shirt's about the cause. The pin is about you."
Okay. Now, you'll have to forgive me for the way my brain works sometimes. It's just the way that it processes things.
No problem.
I'm kind of drawn to compare different periods in history. And, okay, different circumstances, active wartime Germany. But if there was a little virtue signal that would enable somebody who was being hunted by the Nazis to actually get the fuck out of Germany.
But see, yes, but again, that's different context, because the context there is someone who literally does need someone to protect them in that way.
Yeah,
so,
but that's why I gave a little preface, because it's just the way my mind is processing it.
And that's a great example of a time when it would be appropriate. And so that's the difference. Basically, it's the assumption. See, the thing is, we know, okay, if people are hunting, if just say they were like good old boys just running around just randomly killing people that look like me, okay, then it might be, in the same way that the Nazis killed Jews, that would be appropriate. But it's basically the assumption that, well, of course they need us. They can't handle emotionally, are not capable of handling this devastation. And the funny thing about it is that white people were way more shook by Trump getting elected than black people were, because we weren't surprised, because we were never anytime we see
the famous Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle Saturday Night Live skit.
Exactly where like, well, I can't believe the America's this racist, and then they look at each other and like where's the fuck you been?
But my favorite part about that skit is actually the code switching, because they look at each other in agreement and then they say, yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah. Now this might sound like a strange question, but as I said, it's my brain just going places, processing stuff.
Sure.
But one of the things that America is notorious for at the moment, and we've spoken about it on this show numerous times, and that is almost daily mass shootings. My question is quite simple. Do we actually know how many of those perpetrators are white and how many of them are colored?
Generally speaking, yes. Here's the difference between the two. So when you have black and brown people that are involved in the shooters, though, they're usually targeted. So basically it's, gang related or family related. It's the shooters are shooting people that they know. When it is a white shooter, it's more likely, not uniquely, because they are certainly people where the white guy knows who he's shooting. But when you're shooting random people, it's more likely to be a white dude.
Yeah, it's things like the school shootings, the concert shootings, things like that I'm talking about.
Right.
Obviously, gang violence. Yeah, that's gang violence, different context.
Exactly.
So the context that I'm talking about is, these mass shootings. Yeah. Right. Where it's somebody who just goes off the rails and all of a sudden a mall is in lockdown because there's an active shooter.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Those tend to be white dudes.
Yeah, and it's also important.
That's an interesting observation.
It's also important to note that it's proportionally more than the the population averages too. So it's not like there are 13% of mass shootings committed by black and brown people, or black people specifically, 13% of the population. It's far less than that. So white people are disproportionately the people who are involved or committing these mass shootings.
And this and this is one of the reasons why. Sorry to interrupt you, Brian. This is one of the reasons why, when there is a mass shooting, and then people generally of the political left or sometimes center say, "You look, we need to do something about this, about guns, about the way whether it's just background checks or banning guns or whatever." Or types of guns, I should say, not all guns, but not all guns hashtag. But what ends up happening is the pushback that you get from the gun crowd is, what about Chicago? What about Chicago? This is what they love to go to this well. And because because basically what's happening is most of the mass shootings in Chicago are gang related. So it's black people killing black people. And so I'm sure you've heard the expression black on black crime. So this is something that right-wingers have been trying to beat that drum for at least 3 decades. Well,
and they never mention that most white people killing white people, it's a similar thing. That's
right.
If you're in the middle of Arkansas or something and there's a shootout between 2 groups of people, and the people being killed are white, it's also very likely the shooters are all white.
Exactly. Yeah, basically, and when it comes down to proximity, people tend to kill the people near them. And the rate of white people killing white people is about the same as the rate of black people killing black people. But we never hear about white on white crime. But of course, that doesn't fit the narrative. The narrative is they're trying to make it out. And so this way, when when a black person gets killed by an agent of the state and they bring this stuff up, it's to basically say, well, black people don't care about when another black person kills them. They
don't care about life.
Right. We're savages and we're killing each other. So why should we care about one more dead black person? But of course, even if that were true, which it's not, but even if it were true, it would still be different because, we're talking now about an agent of the state. This is the violence arm, or one of the violence arms of the government, killing people, which is something that the right wing is actually very concerned about when it's a white person. So it's an actually issue that they actually care about, but they kind of deflect it when it happens to us, because of course they don't care. And that's why what I want to probably do a video about the whole Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter soon. In fact, those of you who know I don't know if his channel's still Together for Peace, but Together for Peace, Apollos, he sent me a thing to get involved in something about that. And I'm going to make the point that it's not that all lives matter would inherently be offensive. The problem is that the people saying it are just trying to get us to shut up and generally don't actually believe it. Because my thing is, well, if you believe all lives matter, prove it. I want society to show me that they actually care to the same degree that if I were to get shot by the police, that somebody else did. And the fact that we're less likely to get accountability tells me that that's not true. So, and that's where context really makes a big difference about all this.
Also, Green Machine in the comments over there just said that they don't care what happens to poor people either, which is an excellent point.
Absolutely,
and that is one of the main issues with the narrative around police violence, because police are killing poor people across the board. And to a certain set of ears, when you say that police are killing black people, then the response is, well, that's just the natural course of things. And it's difficult sometimes to get a certain kind of white person to care much about the fact that police violence is a problem, in large part because they don't see it as a problem that affects white people. But it absolutely does. And
the police violence situation is something that we all have to collectively address, because it is, as Joe said, it's incredibly corrosive to public trust to have the authority figures, the arms of the state, be the ones who are without judge, jury, and court proceedings. It's going around killing random people. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, the concept of rich people killing poor people with impunity, that's been going on probably as long as human beings have been, air quotes, civilized. So 2, 3, 10,000 years or more. I was going to go somewhere with that, but I've lost it. So forgive me.
One other. You want to say something, Sue?
Yeah, because I was getting into this topic because one thing I've been involved with in one of the women's groups that I've been active in, we've had a diversity and inclusion kind of committee, and we've had some discussion on this. So I wonder, Joe, from your perspective, what do you think of groups, like maybe non-white groups, having that conversation? Do you think it's worth it? Do you think they have to make it more interactive, bring, like maybe like other African Americans or somebody like that? What's your thoughts?
In terms of what topics?
Yeah.
No, which topics? I'm asking you.
We've talked about allyship. We've talked about the I'm trying to think now because we've had a couple workshops on this. Just brief one, but one big one was allyship. One of them was the I can't think right now because it was so long ago. But we've had a few of these, and we're trying to do a couple more. But
I would say the short answer is definitely yes. I mean, there's a growing number of Black activists, and there are a lot of issues that need to be taken care of. And here's the thing that I think is kind of ironic, because the people who say, like, what about Chicago and those type of things, to try to derail, and they'll point to problems within the Black community, and there are many. They'll say every community, and there's certainly a problem in the Black community with misogyny, just like the rest of the world. There's problems with transphobia and homophobia, and activists generally are on this, but there's a lot of Black people who are kind of because basically no one has really given a shit about us collectively for so long. Even the people who have helped us they care about us slightly more than the ones who have actively harmed us. That there's so many people that are disaffected that just don't bother to get involved with some of these things, or there's factions within the group too, because then there's the religious faction and there's the non-religious faction. So I've noticed a lot of the activists tend to be more atheistic. The religious activists, their focus is a little different. But one thing that as I started to get onto was you had the Million Man March, which while I'm definitely not I don't cotton with Farrakhan, but he was part of it, and unfortunately, actually, I think that hurt the group rather than helped it. But then and there were a lot of, again, white people who criticized it, like, well, what about Black women? And like the thing was, the whole purpose of the event was it was supposed to be a day of atonement for Black men to deal with how we have let down our own community as a group. So basically trying to take responsibility and to not blame everything on white people and say, okay, yeah, we're living in a fucked up world that kind of fucks with us. However, we could be doing a better job of what we're doing, and we could be serving our communities and our families better. And that the idea was that Black women are not the cause of the problems that exist in the Black community, that they are most often victims of the problems in the Black community. And so that it was focused on men getting their shit together. And there was a backlash from the white community of saying, oh, that it's being misogynist. And then, no, it was just being the opposite. It was basically saying, no, we need to stop harming Black women and take responsibility and fix our communities.
Yeah, this, again, different country, different context. I get it, but expecting black men to accept culpability for the bad actions of some of their number strikes me as a similar disservice to black men, as has been reported in Australia recently, where in a few schools, what they've done is they've made all the boys stand up in assembly and apologize for their gender and rape and all these other things. And to me, forcing a group, an entire gender or an entire demographic to accept culpability for the actions of a small minority within their number, especially when it's something that falls under, again, human nature, because bad things are done by both genders. Okay, and
I agree.
it just
In the example
it
you gave,
grates.
well, yeah, but here's the difference. In context matters. So in the
I
example
know.
you gave, I completely agree with you that what was happening was ridiculous. But here's a different thing. That's where basically the people in charge were making some people who were not in charge do something and be responsible for something that they shouldn't be held responsible for. In the case of the Million Man March, this was the group holding itself accountable, and participation is voluntary. So basically, it was saying, hey, if you it's kind of, so there's a big difference between being made to by an outside group and you as a group of people taking responsibility yourselves voluntarily. You can't compare them. They're not the same thing.
Okay, yeah, I know, and this, I'm sure I'm going to get some kickback for this, but my brain is currently seeing that as a mass virtue signal.
Well, if the only thing you have is just the parade and you don't have any action to follow it up, yes. If you actually use that as a rallying point to then proceed to further action to correct the problems that you've called out, that's different.
So, at what point does that correction involve the forced compliance by another from a position of group authority?
It doesn't. That's the whole point. Is basically these are people who showed up voluntarily to take part in this.
No. I understand that bit. I'm talking about, if you just went on to say if it was just the display, then yes, but there is follow-up action. So I'm trying to see what sort of follow-up action you're talking about.
Well, right. Here's the thing. So, okay. So if I go to a march and the march is predicated in the idea that I, as a member of the community, have the ability to do something to address some of the problems that we've identified as a group. I may not agree with every problem, but I agree in principle that the group's onto something, that they're saying the right thing, and I agree to some degree. And I go. If I then leave and say, okay, well, one of the things was, one of the things that they brought up, I'll bring up, was absenteeism among fathers, that black fathers were not participating in their child's upbringing, and it was creating problems. It was putting all the stress on women, and we were not providing good male role models for young black children and men. So if you go to the rally and you believe that that's a precept that you think is important, and then you don't do anything to promote that, that change later on, then you are virtue signaling. But again, no one's being forced to do anything. So if you choose not to, well, then you just showed up and you patted yourself on the back. But if you actually went back to your community and tried to make it better, well, then that was a catalyst to get you to do something. So that's a good thing.
Okay. So I'm trying to visualize. That's a funny comment in there from Deep Ashtray. That's funny, but my brain, I think that might be this week. My brain is asking me, okay, so putting that in action, I go back into the community. So, okay, we encounter an absentee dad situation. What is the right course of action?
No,
to
no,
trace.
no. You're
Yeah.
way you're way off
Okay.
base.
All right.
The
Thank you.
purpose is not to go around and spot people, then tell them what they should do. What the idea is to try to create, community building. Jack's could probably speak very well to this because this is the type of stuff that he's done. Maybe not that particular issue, but other issues where you basically, you set up organizations that say we're going to do positive things to promote something. We're not going to force anybody to do anything, but we're going to promote these ideals. And at least we're going to say to people in our community, we think this is important, and we're going to try to create structures that people who want to change things and recognize what we're saying is on the right track, that they can join us. Because maybe there's some fathers out there like, hey, my father was absent. I don't know how to be a good father. I don't know what's involved. Hey, well, we're going to set up a thing where fathers can get together and talk about their problems and try to understand, like, hey, how can I be a better father? And in a voluntary way.
Okay.
That's what it's about. It's not at all about forcing anyone to do anything.
So basically, it's a case of setting up social structures rather than individual action.
Correct.
Okay, so I can't see a lot of America getting on board with that, to be honest, because it's so socialist.
Well, but that's, again, something we've talked about before, and this is something that I'm sure you may or may not have seen, but people that they're the right wingers that are against BLM, they try to paint it as this, neo-communist, socialist, ultra left or thing, and it's really not. But I will point. I have acknowledged that Black activism in general has tended to be on the left, and there has tended to be within the greater Black activist community, there has always been elements of socialist or neo-communist or whatever. And part of the reason why, as I've pointed out, is that a lot of Black people are not really sold on capitalism because we've generally not been allowed to participate freely in the same way that white people are. Oklahoma City massacre is a perfect example where we actually built wealth and built basically economic framework so that we don't have to participate in their framework. We'll make our own, and it was literally destroyed and people bombed
from the sky.
So people feel like, well, if we're not allowed to play the game, we don't because we don't know the rules, or they keep changing the rules on us, so that we're not for that system because we're not allowed to participate freely in that system. Also, since we were once a commodity in that system, it's people have a tendency to say, like, hey, I don't know, I disagree with people who say that capitalism is the cause of slavery, but it's certainly benefited by it and made use of it and helped perpetuate it. So.
No, the cause of slavery was three things. One, that slavery has been around since the year dot, in one form or another. But more modern times, and by that I mean in the last 300-400 years or so, it was driven by two things: colonialism and imperialism.
Sure. Now, I'll bring this here. Now, I guess it depends on what you mean by alternative, because I think there's a name for this, and again, Jack probably knows this, but a market-based economy and a social democratic government is not incompatible. They are not incompatible with one another, because capitalism is not a governmental system, although some right-wing people seem to think that it is.
Ayn Rand did.
Ayn Rand did, yeah. And her devotees think that, but it isn't. It's literally a market-based economy. And there are now Jack and we disagree with some of the finer points, but whatever, that's fine. But the thing is that it's not so much an alternative. It's my thing is that if you regulate the system correctly, then a lot of, maybe not all, but a lot of the excesses and abuses we see, particularly in American capitalism, would be mitigated to great extent. But we don't seem interested in doing that, so we don't.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective,
sorry, Jay.
There isn't really there isn't really compatibility in the long term. I think you can certainly rescue capitalism the way FDR rescued capitalism, with a little bit more socialism, just enough to keep it kind of going for a little longer. But because the system is essentially based on exploitation, like at its most foundational root, like you have to graft some of the labor value off of workers and give that to the capitalist class, or you don't have capitalism. And so in the long term, you have to continually create growth, you have to continually expand, and those principles simply aren't compatible with a finite number of resources, and it's also not really compatible with giving people all people the standard of living that we associate with the first world. There has to be an exploited population in order for capitalism in any form of it that I can see exists. Even if you're looking at like the Nordic models, you're talking about people whose lifestyle is largely propped up by the cheap goods manufactured overseas, where they can afford to be very good to their own people within their own borders, but they're still living off of the exploitation of labor of millions and actually billions of people all over the world. And so when it comes to talking about alternatives, from my perspective, you have to find a way to give at certainly a larger percentage of the labor value back to the worker. And for me, that means you have to do cooperatives. You have to do things where the workers are the shareholders in the organizations that they work for. And that is the alternative to capitalism, because at the point that you introduce democracy into the workplace, you are no longer dealing with capitalism. Capitalism is, by its nature, a dictatorship, and introducing democracy destroys the dictatorship aspect of it, and it becomes something else. Now, there's lots of argument about what that is called, and for me, some version of socialism seems to be the most reasonable thing to achieve. I don't think communism is likely in any of our lifetimes, but that's my position on it. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I don't. I agree with you that the current system of capitalism relies on there being an exploited class. And that is driven by the pressure from shareholders for ever increasing dividends. Now, as you say, with finite resources and an ever growing population, that's only going to get worse. And I'd like to put forward a potential name for the type of system that you were just talking about, because they were asking in chat, what would you call that? Shareholderism. And I'd just like to, on that, two more things that I want to say quickly. First one we've talked about before, and I know Joe and I had reached agreement on it. But there is a model that allows for both socialism and capitalism to coexist. And that model is with the government, socialism, for want of a better word, taking care of the necessities, things like infrastructure, power, water, things like that, communications, even transport, infrastructure, and that being paid for by taxes. Healthcare, you could probably even include that as well. The necessities of life are provided and paid for by taxes and administered, managed by government. that produces jobs in that sector. Yeah, produces work in that sector. And you can leave capitalism or the free market to deal with entrepreneurism, innovation, and luxury goods. Yeah, things that are better than at the mean standard of living for everybody that everybody
Right, but
gets.
luxury goods
Yeah.
are just mercantilism. I mean, there's
Well,
you've always had craftsmen who were producing things for the rich long before capitalism existed as
true,
a system.
and that was kind of where I was going. Yeah, that model has existed in the past, albeit at a much cruder technological level.
Well, and also
And
and at the time it was mixed with feudalism, which was
and I
exploited
was going to
inherently
say
exploited. Yeah,
it was called feudalism. that's what that system was called.
right. See, that's like what we would want is a more democratic, because obviously feudalism is not so
Yeah.
hot either. We would
No,
want something
but
that
it
would.
would be feudalism with a democratic with a democratic flavor to it. Yeah.
Mm.
Where the serfs actually got a say in who sat in the castle making the rules.
You know, I'm trying to think. Somebody had said something here that I wanted to highlight. Yeah, technocracy. So Vegas said technocracy. As I've said many times, I don't cotton to any utopic system, because I think human nature, as Brian has brought up a few times, I think human nature gets in the way of anything, which is I see, and it may sound funny, but I see basically neo-communism, and I say neo-communism because we never really saw the true, the actual Marxist thing. So the people who go around thinking they're communists, and right-wing libertarianism as polar opposites on the same coin. They're both dependent on everybody's doing the right thing, and if the minute anybody steps out of that, the whole model falls apart. But but if I were to give myself over to dream about which utopic system that I could go along with, technocracy is the one that I find the most appealing, because just the fact that we know that as our level of automation and mechanization increases, we will reach a point where we'll only need 5 to 10% of the population to literally produce all the goods, all the food,
Right.
all the clothing, everything that we possibly could need. Maybe 20%, but it's still a bare fraction of a populace could produce everything for everybody. So,
but how does the other 80% survive if they've got no way of earning an income?
But that's the whole point. In a technocracy, you don't need to, because all your material goods are provided by the people who actually do work. So that 5, 10, 15, 20% of the population that are actually working make all this stuff for everybody. Here's one thing. No, not exactly, but Vegas. But the thing is, because we're not actually producing everything, we make stuff, and the people have to buy it. The idea is that you would have a cashless society, because you wouldn't need to buy things, because you would just you would have at least.
I think he's referring to the 1%ers owning the means of production.
No,
Right.
no, not owning. There's a difference. So everybody, they would not be owned by. They would be publicly owned.
Yeah, I want to address Deep Ashtray, because this is something that I actually went to Australia to give a talk about this several years ago. I absolutely believe that humans need meaning in their lives, and work is one of the ways that we currently gain meaning, but it's not the only way. We all have hobbies. We all have various other things that we work on. There's novels and things that we tinker around the edges at. Most people need to create something, and it's not just children for their legacy, but some type of physical thing, whether they're building themselves decks on the weekend or whatever it is. Humans do work, and they work regardless of whether or not they have a job. People who
are independently wealthy and can retire early, fill their lives with, all kinds of, detailed cartography or whatever it is. Of course, I build marionettes. I do need money. I'm doing better now, but I've historically been very, very poor. And my argument is always that people need to take on difficult hobbies, difficult arts and things, because those are very important to human well-being. Whether you're, figuring out how to write the best possible short story or poem or whatever it is. And so those things will continue to exist long after the need for everybody to trade their labor, for a meager amount, which allows them to trade for a roof over their head and trade for groceries. In a much better world, and I think we're talking about a socialist technocracy in this sort of conception of the conversation, you would expect that, like on Star Trek, you see everybody is playing the flute for some reason, everybody, or writing poems about their cats, or being amateur archaeologists, or all the other various things. But that's the case, is if you can take the extra value of automation, because that is also slave labor. It's no different than when we used animals originally and then humans, and now we'll use machines. It's just that machines aren't sentient.
No, I'm sorry.
Yet.
I'm gonna no. I'm gonna object to equating the use of machines to slave labor. I find that grossly insulting. As somebody who's a descendant of several of those biological entities that were enslaved. Machines are tools. If you're going to call automations, slavery, then hammers are slaves, and I think that's ridiculous.
Somebody has to swing the hammer.
I agree with you, Joe. But here's the thing: when it comes to the need to be productive, the need to be creative, etc., with the coming of the digital age, it's all about accessibility. Because if you have access to digital tools, then you can create work for yourself. Yeah. Now, when it comes to the equation between mechanical labor and slavery, that only becomes an issue once artificial intelligence becomes sentient.
Right. And I want to
Now,
just
if
clarify
that happens,
my point.
then we do have a major, probably our last major hurdle as a species within a social context to overcome.
Yeah, I just need to clarify this, because I'm using the word slavery certainly too casually, and I recognize that. But what I'm talking about is that it is extracted labor. It is extracted labor from another source that is not being compensated for its labor. Now, why would you compensate, a robotic arm for its labor? But that labor is being done. And my point about what capitalism does is, the reason capitalism is able to automate assembly lines is because labor is still being done by somebody who is not the capitalist. The person who owns the machines. Now, these aren't machines like a hammer in any sense of the word, because the hammer can't pick itself up off the table and motivate itself to hit a nail. You can program a mechanical arm to swing a hammer all day long.
You have to program it, so there's still human labor involved in the creation.
Once,
and operation.
For a few minutes.
Well, more than a few minutes, and also you also have to maintain it and repair it, build it, design it. There's
right. But it's the same thing when we used animal labor. It's the same thing when the ox was doing all the pulling work when plowing. Because of the way, and to be clear, using machine labor in this way is the most ethical we have ever been in extracting labor. It was not ethical to extract labor from the ox against its will. And there's certainly people who can disagree with me. Certainly people who aren't animal rights activists will disagree with me, and certainly people can be very upset that I would equate the living individuality and sentience of an animal to that of a human. We are just much more complex animals, and it is the case that as long as we are talking about this better society, I'm happy to use machines to do all of this extracted labor on our behalf, and also free the various animals from having to do labor that is extracted from that. But let's be clear that there is labor being extracted.
I don't think I agree with calling what the machine does as labor. I just don't. I don't see it the same.
It was labor when a human was doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
On any of these assembly lines where you had 140,000 auto workers, running one Ford line, and then 10 years later there's 12 workers and there's 150 robot arms or whatever. That is the labor is still being done. It's just now it is a mechanized form of labor that and just because it can't think doesn't mean that it's not doing something that would have been done by a thinking being.
Well, of course it's doing something that would have been. I guess I'm just not sure that I agree that that action is labor. That's all.
Just as a minor point here, you're talking about programming requiring human intervention at least once. A lot of algorithms and a lot of machine programming nowadays, including innovative programming.
Yeah, it's much better to use
is actually being done by machines.
Yeah, GANs are generative. Antagonistic networks. So when you take two computers and you make them fight, and one computer tries to fool the other computer, and the other computer is not fooled, so it beats it, and so the two computers in competition create a better piece of programming than the one human or even a team of humans could produce.
But it's a time-tested model. I mean, human beings have been doing it for literally aeons. Anywho, on that note, it's coming up for 4:20 here, and I've got parents to speak to tomorrow, and so thank you for indulging my brain.
Sure. No,
another Saturday evening, Sunday morning.
No, I think this was a great discussion. I think we covered a lot of good topics, and it remained civil and productive and fun.
There was a topic that I was wanting to put forward, but
what is it?
For next week, I'll put it in the group chat thing over the week if I can remember it. But on that note, I'm going to say good night. So it's good speaking to you.
Good to
take it easy, you guys. Second vaccine. Oh yes, that was one of the.
Oh yeah, I had my second yesterday.
Yes, I had my second vaccination last week, and it was to do with genetics, because I find this fascinating. Now, my son and I obviously are fairly closely genetically.
I hope so.
And demonstrably so, even behaviorally so, which is kind of another story. But we're both members of Team AstraZeneca, and he got hit with adverse effects on the first jab fever, all of that stuff. And I got hit with it on the second thing. Now, given our genetic closeness, and the fact we had the same vaccine, I was just wondering how much we could extract from that as to what's going on, possibly, maybe. But I don't know. As I said, not for tonight.
Yeah. Well,
Because I've got
real
some
quick, I
sleeping
had
to do.
heard that some of the reason people get sick after one jab or the other depends on whether or not they had previously caught COVID, and even if they were asymptomatic. So it's possible either you or your son had COVID at some point, and were unaware of it, and so the jab affected you differently because your immune system reacts to something it recognized, rather than maybe in your son it didn't react to something that it didn't recognize. There's
That's
also
a
an age difference.
That's a very, very good couple of hypotheses. My brain thanks you and will cogitate.
Right. Take care, Brian.
Next week, Brian's
Bye.
brain.
I will try, yes. Bye.
Deep Ashtray said something interesting. The great revolution in human development was when we went from carbohydrate energy to fossil fuel. And that's true. Absolutely. The case, Tom Hartman wrote a really great book called Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight, which talked about fossil fuel. And of course, what is fossil fuel but ancient sunlight that has been preserved in the form of biodegraded carbon and trapped in the soil. And so not years ago, but a year ago or so on the show, I had a small debate with Amy about whether or not capitalism generates wealth. And part of what happens is that we correlate the rise of capitalism very closely with the rise of our use of fossil fuels. And so fossil fuels do a lot of the work that capitalism then gets the credit for, because we learn to use fossil fuels and therefore hundreds, if not millions of years of ancient stored sunlight, which is incredibly powerful. I mean, liter for liter gasoline is extremely energy intensive, and that's because each liter of gasoline probably represents hundreds of millions of joules of sun energy hitting the planet, being used by plants, being consumed by animals, breaking down into carbon, being pressurized, and then of course refined by humans before it is then utilized. And our next revolution will have to be to stop using ancient sunlight and start using current sunlight. But there is the concern that we can't collect as much current sunlight as we can use, and our world has become dependent on using stored ancient sunlight. But I wanted to bring that up because that is one of those things where we can think of capitalism as creating the automobile and revolutionizing the way we travel, or we can simply think about the fact that we learn to use an incredibly powerful fuel source right at the same time that we began developing the automobile.
Yeah, well, here's one thing actually to that. Not to that point, but just the point about it coming from sunlight. Even the winds, to a degree. Now, part of the wind is the motion of the earth, the spinning, but part of the wind is also affected by the fact that we're absorbing energy from the sun, and that affects the motion.
It's heating up air, half a continent away, which is causing hot air to rush toward cold air.
Exactly. So even there, wind energy is at least partially solar.
Yeah, and the same thing with hydro, because our entire, if you go far enough, our entire ecosystem is dependent on the sun.
Well, and that reminds me a point I started to make before, and then I got sidetracked. I sidetracked myself probably. But when both you and Brian had said about finite resources, and while I'm not going to completely disagree, certainly, certainly within our lifetime, like obviously there's not going to be any new oil for a very long time, or not in any quantity. But actually, see, the thing is though, like all the metals and those, while they're not renewable, they are recyclable. They are not going to go away. Actually, let me finish.
Yeah.
And then like obviously there's the obvious renewable resources, like anything that grows, that obviously that gets replenished. So
assuming we don't consume it faster than it grows.
Correct.
Which we are doing with forests.
Yeah, which is obviously not a good thing. It's not sustainable. But that was the point I was going to make, is that, well, is any of it actually finite? Yes and no. Finite in the
on a scale of time, it's finite.
Yeah, in a snapshot, it's finite. But the in the raw term, in the beyond the snapshot, they are not. They're not necessarily finite.
Right. But here's what I was speaking about is Google has to continue growing. Its profit share has to continue getting bigger. Good night, Badger. The necessity capitalism has for infinite growth with finite resources. One of those finite resources is how much one company can own, how much profit share one company can, monopolize. And so we're not just talking in the dimension of wheat and trees and minerals and things, but we're talking about, the dimension of economics, human capital, intellectual labor, all these other things that ultimately either these corporations all have to be continually broken up into small shards when they reach a certain point so that they can continue to grow again. And that's not necessarily going to make stockholders happy and things like that. I think my advocacy is not for preserving capitalism, certainly not in this state. As I've said before, I'm pretty moderate in terms of how far I'm willing to go in terms of like I'm agnostic on whether or not we totally destroy any semblance of capitalism and we reform it in some way. We go for sort of a Yang approach, or Bernie Sanders is not particularly far left when it comes to his approach to capitalism. I'm agnostic on that in part because my lifespan is limited and I can't see the outcome. There's a point at which from what I can see, we're looking at something that will cyclically destroy itself. You will cyclically have a robber baron era where there is extreme inequality, and then you have to have an FDR-like figure who reins it all back into something that is, barely tolerable, and then it will, slowly corrode again. But the difference this time is that we have the impending catastrophe of climate change, which that will actually probably start to affect me even in my short lifespan.
Yeah. Now here's one thing that I'll say now, and I get your point about the cycles. Here's one thing though. Now I would argue that while we have kind of something similar to robber barons today, when you talk about the Koch brothers and these fantastically wealthy people that clearly didn't earn all that money, but I would argue that the amplitude of the cycle is deteriorating. So as big as the disparity as we have, and it's been obviously has been growing over the last 50 years or so, the disparity we have now compared to that the Gilded Age in the late Victorian period in the U.S., the United States, and in England and all that, I don't know that the disparity is quite as big. Or
I totally disagree, and the reason is because of globalism. We don't see it here. We don't have children working in mines. We don't have 5-year-olds in factories working with gears. We have those in other countries that we don't see very often.
No, I agree, but my point is, didn't we have that then too?
Yeah, I would not say that the disparity in wealth is any better today than it was during the Gilded Age. And in fact, in raw numbers, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, various others are far richer than the richest Rockefeller or Getty or all these various figures from that time period. The difference in wealth, particularly between Jeff Bezos and a Sri Lankan street child, is so much more exaggerated because it's difficult.
Right, but that's not the question I asked though. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, so you made the point of like we don't have children working in mines here, at least in the United States and not in Britain, but it still exists elsewhere in the world. But if you go back to the Gilded Age, I always think, didn't we see that pretty much everywhere on the globe?
No, we didn't. In part because not every country was capitalist, and not every country was as modern as countries are today.
Okay, I'll limit it to the industrial countries then.
Yeah. I mean, we still are talking about mostly the United States, some parts of India, Great Britain, some parts of Africa, some parts of South America, Central America, largely, as a result of imperialism. But then you had, enormous swaths of the world that were still agrarian cultures that were operating in the same context they had for hundreds of thousands, if not, longer than that. I think the major difference between this Gilded Age and the previous one is how all-encompassing, how it touches every single human being on Earth, including tribes that, contactless tribes in, the South Pacific or Amazon, that when there were, 1.5 or 2 billion people in the late 1800s or early 1900s, the number of people that you could negatively affect with your imperialism was relatively small in real sort of, physical suffering of number of bodies.
Right, but we're talking about relative though.
Sure. Yeah. If we talk about relative, well, I think the problem with talking about things relatively is that individuals have experiences,
but the whole point when people say that things are, you're trying to say that things are better now or that's not as bad as then, is they are talking about relative. The idea that when you're looking at that wealth disparity, you can, if you want to pick, it's a little bit of cherry picking to say, well, let's look at the very richest person, the very poor person, whereas where people are saying, let's look at the aggregate and say, okay, what's the overall distribution and
right. But that aggregate is because of fossil fuels, as I was saying earlier. It's like our standard of living hasn't been raised.
Well, but I wasn't claiming the reason for it. I'm just what I'm saying is that in the aggregate, whether it's because of fossil fuels or whatever, my point is that in the aggregate, even though it's not great, I'm arguing that the overall disparity in the aggregate is better now than it was. And it's the fact that people, in much of the world live longer, have more food, better nutrition, and stuff like this. So I don't think that. I think that that's. Did you freeze? Did we lose Jack?
I think he did freeze.
Damn it! I was hoping to hear.
He looks like he's in this. Huh? What? Like it's this other shot.
Yeah, he's looking like Jesus Christ, Joe's a fucking moron. Why is he saying this stuff? Damn it.
Oh boy.
What do you think, Sue?
Boy, this kind of goes way over my head a little bit. I will admit that. I'm not as well read as both of you guys are, so I'm just kind of taking it all in. But something that I've talked about this with a couple people today, actually earlier today, a couple of my friends, because I'm doing into this, getting back into, kind of been like reconnecting with. I'm in this reconnecting mode this weekend, if you will, with people I haven't chatted with in a while, and we got talking about just, you see a lot of help wanted signs, but also you see a lot of the same companies complain that they can't get workers. Well, if you treated the workers better, you wouldn't have the problem. Or if you give them the benefits, you wouldn't have the problem. However, the way I see it, I see that the people who don't want to get these jobs, I think that's their way of protesting. I think it's a new protesting, to be honest with you. And they're saying, hey, we've heard people work, I know people who are working now that they're labor shortages, no matter where you go, they're short staffed, they're working for people, but they start at such a low area. Or I'm trying to look for a supplementary job, for example, along with my teaching job, because that's like, I don't feel it's enough. I've put in a lot of resumes and I have good qualifications, but they consider me overqualified because of my experience, which drives me nuts. And it's like, you want somebody who's the overqualified, you want somebody with that experience because they can get the job done instead of somebody that you can train. It boggles my mind. And it's like, that's how you're going to screw yourself.
We're sorry, Sue. You're going to do too good of a job here. We just can't possibly hire you.
Right. And it's like, exactly. And it's like, I've sent you everything. And it's like, no, we're sorry. Or I've had people come to me, but it's not the right fit. It's like, yeah, it's ideal, but I want to wait until I get my shots. I want to wait till I get like totally vaccinated. So then maybe I can think that way, but not right now. It's not right now. So there's like a lot of deal breakers with that, And it's like, if these companies or the higher ups are get more flexible, they should, but they're not. And I see them screw. I actually see them screwing themselves royally, or they're going to have no choice. But I will say this: there was one restaurant that took initiative, and that was White Castle. Okay, they saw what was going on here in Michigan and Ohio, and said, you know what, we're going to raise it up to $15 an hour for the minimum wage, so we can get people. And they've been doing pretty good with that. So.
I saw, I don't remember what company it was, but I saw another company that was like not in New Jersey, but over toward here.
Yeah.
That same thing. And they're like, I think it might have been in Pennsylvania, where they're like, yeah, we're fully staffed. We went up to $15 an hour minimum. And all of a sudden we got people and everyone's happy and we're making money and didn't drive us out of business.
Right, because you can't really afford what they're starting now. You can't afford that anymore because everything's gone so up. And and it is a struggle now. I've had rent go off maybe $20, $40 or whatever, and that's why I'm trying to look for the supplementary to kind of help out with that, plus the other bills. And it's rough. It's like this. It's like, or it's like this way. There's like no
balance.
Yeah, there's no balance, and it's like. Some of these companies are gonna be like what happened when Amazon got big. You're gonna shut down. You're gonna be toast. That's what I see.
There was I saw something the other day that debunked the idea that the Republicans seem to have, that it's the $300 supplemental unemployment, that's why people are staying home, and
I've heard that too.
Yeah, it pointed out like that the number of people actually getting it as a percentage of the population is actually small. It's like 3% of the population are actually getting the money.
Right.
And then for some cases, the people that are getting the 300, it's not an extra 300. Their regular state unemployment has already run out. So the $300 is the only money they were getting.
Right.
So clearly people are not staying home because they're getting $300. Most people, in most jobs, you should be able to do better than that. And I would say if they can't do better than that, if $300 is more than they could make working, then staying home and getting $300 is what they should fucking do. Because, because I pointed out years ago to somebody, they were arguing and they were criticizing people who were on public assistance, that's saying, well, they should go out and get a job or whatever. And I said, no, that's their responsibility. I said, no, the responsibility is to take care of their family by any means, legal means that they can.
Right.
And so if they can't earn more in a job for whatever reason that the job won't pay them enough to support their family, but there's some other means that will, then they should absolutely avail themselves of those means and take care of their family, because that's their priority. It's not to get a job just to assuage the conscience of some random shithead that they don't know.
Right. Exactly.
Exactly. But I think that I agree. I think that's what's going to happen is, regardless of whether or not we the minimum wage gets raised, by legislation, it's going to get raised simply out of necessity.
They're gonna have no choice.
And this is the funny part about the right wingers that are complaining about it, because that's the free market, pals. That's how it works.
Right?
If people are not willing to do the job you have at the rate you want to pay, then you either don't get them or you raise your thing. It's supply and demand. That's the part and parcel of and that's because that's the exact same argument they use for paying people shit when the shoes on the other foot, when there's high unemployment, and they say, oh well, but because there's somebody willing to who desperate to work at some shit wage, well, that's just supply and demand. Well, works both ways. At least it's supposed to.
Right. Oh, I sympathize with Jack about Comcast. I've had that issue too. It's like every other week lately. It's been horrendous. And I just got like a little upgrade of a little thing just so I can keep my bill down. But it's been shittier service, which doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm sad that you're having problems, Jack, because I think we were about to hear something interesting from you. But on the flip side, I'm glad it's that. I was joking with Sue here, saying that because when it froze, you were looking up and you had this look on your face like, what the fuck was wrong with this guy?
Like, really? It was really like almost his eye roll.
Yeah. So it was pretty funny. So I was just like, oh no, did I upset Jack? So I really think that things are going to have to change. And the thing is that I get so angry at people who are not business owners who defend this shit, because it's like, why are you defending, the people you're potentially getting exploited by?
Right, exactly.
You should be on the side of people who work should be on the side of fucking labor always.
Right, exactly.
And look, yes, and of course we want to be reasonable. You don't want to have, it's obviously give and take. If a company's not doing well, then certainly, that's not the time for everybody to ask for 20% raises. But if the company, the way I've always viewed it is that if a business owner doesn't want to be exploitive, then it's a partnership. That even if I'm the owner of the company, but in the end of the day, if I'm going to expect certain things from the workers, that they have a right to expect certain things from me.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, they give and take.
Right. So for instance, as I've pointed out to, like, I think I've mentioned a few times, I've been, dealing with people that are like neo-communists that are like screaming at me and calling me all sorts of names because I own a company. So the fact that I own a company, I'm inherently cheating people. It's like, well, there have been years where business was off and I made less than everybody who was a full-time worker. And the thing is, and I was working, my labor had value, but I actually got less than the value of my labor because I had to make sure everybody else got paid.
Right, exactly. It's like give and take, I'm with you. Until you've been in that management position or until you've been in that leadership position, you have no idea. Right. You have no idea. And then once you experience it, it's like, yep, it clicks. Yep, I get it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Well, especially, and as I always try to admonish people who kind of go down that line, there's a big difference between a small business owner who is actually doing the work, though they know the jobs because they've done everything back when they were starting. And so they know all the stuff. And a big corporation where somebody has a job, who has a degree in management, who doesn't necessarily know anything about the products that are services that the company makes.
Yes.
They'll make these sweeping decisions and then pay themselves lots of money and really don't add a lot of value to the company, but they take a lot of value out. So yeah, I could be an alien robot. I'm one of, not a replicant. I'm a synth from Fallout. And that's the thing. So I don't even know that I'm a synth, even though I just admitted that I am. But see, even I don't know, but there's a huge difference, and I think that's one of the things that's made things get worse, because if you look back at companies decades ago, the companies were started, the people at the top of the company were people who started the company. Those means that they had some know-how in whatever the product or service was.
Right.
When it was really small, they were literally doing all the jobs, or many of the jobs.
Right.
They put in a lot of sweat equity that they didn't get paid for. And so later on, it's like, okay, look, I put in years and years of labor that I didn't get compensated for. So then later on, when some of it's coming back my way, it's because that I've built this structure, I've created this thing that people are able to come and work and earn a living. And so I'm kind of retroactively getting paid for providing the system that which you could come and work and make a decent wage. But people who are these CEOs of these corporations, they didn't build any of those companies at all. They had nothing to do with it. And quite frankly, any place I've worked that was a large corporation, there was really nothing that the people at the top did that, hey, Jack, that enhanced me getting my job done, or anybody around me getting our job done, and they weren't producing any value. If anything, they were usually wrecking value, because they were just making these sweeping changes based on stuff that they knew nothing about, just because some management training or business degree that they had.
Or you like those places where you get you're so used to the one management, also here's a new guy coming in, and they're making all these changes because, well, they had some brilliant idea that they wanted to change, and half the time they're changing things. My mom used to see this in the nursing homes all the time. Every time there was a new director, they tried to change back to things that obviously didn't work, but they wanted to do it anyway. Oh, she couldn't stand it either. She hated it.
Right, because they had to justify their job. So instead of coming in and saying, hey, well, everything's working, so I'll nip and tuck and make it I'm going to make a sweeping change so it looks like I'm doing something big. And meanwhile, it may be a completely ridiculous thing that I'm doing and making things worse, but I'm justifying that huge salary that I'm getting paid that I'm not really worth.
Right, exactly.
That's why I never understood, like, people that were made excuses for these gigantic salaries that basically say, well, you can't get good talent if you don't promise people these ridiculous sums of money. And I'm like, really? Well, then how come that doesn't work with everybody else's, where, you don't want to pay the person who's swinging the hammer a lot of money. You don't say, well, we can't get good people unless we pay them. That same principle doesn't seem to apply. And especially with the golden parachutes, it's like you're telling me that you can't get the best people unless we agree to pay them a lot of money to go away if they fail.
Right. Couple it with the Calvinism that we talked about before, and you've got your answer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
That's a really good point. Yeah, because otherwise it's like, well, if you failed and the board removed you, they effectively fired you because you weren't doing a good job. You're not due any fucking money. You did a bad job. You shouldn't get anything. And that tells me that you weren't the best person for the job because you didn't do a good job. So that's why you're getting removed. But it's so backward, and they don't accept. Like I said, they use these rationalizations that they don't accept in the opposite direction.
Right. That makes sense.
And that's the other thing too. That I was saying, like, the big difference again between the corporation and the small business is that, like, it wasn't until really the last year or two that I've actually paid myself a salary. Before, it was just like I got what was left over.
Right.
And some years that was really, a couple of years that was really, really good, and a lot of years it really sucked. So whereas in a big corporation, the CEO and the board, they get paid good job or bad. And I'm like, and so when people say they take the risks, I'm like, no, they engage the company in risks on behalf of the shareholders and the workers, but they don't take any personal risk. A personal risk would be if they had money on the line, or if they had their job on the line without compensation if they fuck it up.
Yeah, the workers are taking risks.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They are putting the company at risk on behalf of the workers without the workers having any say in
Right.
that risk.
Yep.
And
Non-consensual risk.
exactly. But if it all goes tits up, at worst they'll lose their job, but they'll probably still get a big payout. And I bet you every one of us here, we've all worked for other people. We all would have loved to have some sort of payout where if we went into a job and we got hired because we were supposed to be the best, and they agreed that if we fucked up, that they were going to give us hand us a lifetime of income to go away.
Right. One of my favorites is I left a job without notice once. And they were very upset about me leaving without notice. And I just wondered, so, if you fired me, that's without notice.
Right.
True.
So this is a one-way street.
Exactly. Yeah, because it's not like the old days where they might tell you, okay, here's your 2-week notice, and you're gone in 2 weeks. Now, if they fire you, I mean, you count on HR and security coming and escorting you out of the building before you can fuck around and do anything. So yeah, they don't give you any notice, and they usually don't give you 2 weeks severance pay or anything like that. So yeah, but it's always one way, and that's where I will. I do agree with the people further to the left of me that part of the system is not equitable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've experienced what you have in terms of being a boss running a small business. I've run two small companies, GB Designs, which I still run today, and the Cast Iron Carousel, which was non-for-profit theatrical company. And they certainly work differently because they're different organizations. But from 2010 to 2014, I frequently was in that situation where I would hire people, and at the end of the day, everybody went home with more money than I did. Now, the difference, of course, is when tools were needed for the job, I was the guy who got to own those tools. So I still own the means of production. And I've changed the way I run my company. I now only have one employee, but at the moment I'm running this experiment, which I've run a couple times before, but this is the most serious approach, where I bid out a job and I've estimated certain expenses that I think it'll cost, and I've totaled the amount of labor I think it will be. And so I've created a labor pool. And even though I make a different amount than my employee, when we work on that job, we're both earning money out of the labor pool. And that is calculated by percentage at the end of the job. If there's anything left in that pool, based on how many hours we worked, what proportion of the job we did, the remaining pool will be divvied up between us two people. And I'm expecting to continue to run this experiment, if and when I get more employees. But the goal is to make sure that everybody comes out of it with their full labor value. Now, the company has overhead, the tools, have overhead and depreciation and all the other things, and amortizing down the life of the tool, that kind of stuff. So the business is sort of separate, but in this context, I'm an employee of the business, and I'm treating myself as an employee of a entity that doesn't have a, hierarchical head in some way.
Right.
So we'll see how this experiment goes. So far, I think it's good because I've done what I believe is a competent estimate on the number of hours. So that means that at the end of the day, we'll both come out with a little bit of extra money out of the total labor. In the past, all of the extra money just goes to the boss. Or, that's the way most companies work. And I'm running this experiment on my own business because I want to really understand, from a working within capitalism
There it goes.
perspective.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Speaking of capitalism, that That box is not working today.
Whoa, that's way high up there too. Holy crap.
Yeah, but it's like it's not even 10 feet from me, and it's failing.
That's why I like hard plug whenever possible. Cause,
Yeah. Thanks, Comcast.
Like I said, I sympathize. I've been dealing with that the last couple of weeks, at least once a week now.
Well, and I do think that's an interesting experiment. I think it sounds like I think a pretty reasonably sound, and not the it's arranged a little bit differently than what I do, but it's not dramatically different. And basically, what I've been trying to do is there are, as a matter of practice, there's a certain number of billable hours in a year. People have vacation, they have sick time, there's also non-productive time. So what I do is I said, okay, so your baseline, I say, okay, once you take away, vacation and sick time and all that, because people are going to use those, and I want them to use them, so then what's left is you have so many hours, and then I basically say I'd like people to be 80% productive, because look, there's going to be times you're waiting on information, you got to cleaning your desk, you're organizing your files, there's stuff that's just not producing anything of value, but needs to get done.
Right.
So I set that as a baseline and say, okay, so I want everybody to be at least 80%, and if you make your 80, I've never not given people a bonus. The plan was to say, okay, if you're at least 80%, here's your base bonus, and then the more productive you are, then the bigger bonus you would get proportionally. And basically, what I've been trying to do it on is like, because I basically my employees are most of them are salary, and the thing is when it comes with engineering that. I toyed with using hours, but the problem is, some people are more productive than others. So you could work on a job for 10 hours. Somebody else could work on the job for 10 hours, and you may produce way more, saleable material or productive hours than somebody else. And so because I find that when people look just at raw hours, that actually kind of benefits the people who are slower or don't work as hard. So by looking at effective, so I do is I say, okay, so it's effective billable hours. So basically, if we've allocated in the job, there's a customer's going to pay us to say it's 100 hours to do this project. That's what the customer is going to pay for us. Whether we do it in 90 hours, we do it 110 hours, they're paying for the 100 hours.
Right.
So just say, Jack, you're a very productive employee and you do it in 90 hours. Well, you still produced 100 hours worth of labor in 90 hours,
Right.
So your bonus should be based on not the fact that you worked 90 hours, but you produced 100 hours of labor.
Right. And that is a balance that I'm trying to work out. What it is for now, the compensating factor is I make more than my employee does, only by, I make $12 an hour more than they do. And my thought process is that I know all the tools a lot better. I'm significantly faster. I don't need training, all these other various factors. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is a little bit unfair because if I work 3 hours, I'm earning, a bit more money than he is, but my 3 hours produced more value than his 3 hours. And at the end of the day, if he works 6 hours to my 3 and we produce the same amount, he'll end up with more of the final labor pool at the end of the day. And that's why I see the compensating factor being that I get sort of more money up front from the labor. And I don't believe in incentives. One of the things that I've looked into the research on, incentives really don't work. In fact, they're counter to what works. There's a lot of sort of motivational studies on this. So one thing that's very critical is not to talk about, the labor pool as being some sort of, bonus or reward for productivity. It's simply the just allocation of labor value for work put in. This system will have to take some tinkering. And at the moment, I'm only adequate with spreadsheets. When it comes to inputting formulas, I haven't done anything too much more advanced than, doling out percentages. But at some point, I will experiment with ways to make the system more fair. But the most important part to me is that at the end of, whatever job, and I do deal with labor because currently I'm working gig to gig. I have a job that comes in. I have two jobs kind of simultaneous, that kind of thing. I'm not yet the type of company that will have 10 or 12 concurrent jobs in which salary makes a lot more sense.
Right.
And maybe it'll be easier once I get to the point where salary makes more sense to kind of figure out the little differences in the way value is allocated. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to get any richer than my employees.
Right.
I'm already richer than them because I own the equipment.
Right. No, I know. I think what you're doing is I'll interested to see how it works out. Also, if you need help with spreadsheets, I am extremely good with spreadsheets, so I'm happy to provide some labor for at no cost, actually, because I like that stuff. But part of for me, the reason why I end up doing it as a bonus thing is mostly for cash flow, because the way our business works is our clients tend to close their books in mid-December. And then regardless of how much they owe or when it's due, we don't see another check until usually the first or second week of February.
Right.
So what ends up happening is that it works out best for me to that's held back so I can keep the cash flow going. And then what ends up happening is that, then I pay the bonuses out in mid-December, so people have money for Christmas and all that. And then, then there's a flood of money that shows up in February and March. And then things come back up. But yeah, it's the same idea, is that basically is because the other thing too is now there are some people who work extra. They put in more than their 40 hours. Now, so basically what I've tried to do is basically say that I don't care how you're productive, whether some people need to put more hours in, some people are just really are very fast workers. And then there's the really dedicated people who put more hours in and are also faster.
Right. So
this way, it's a way to try to account for the value of that extra. So basically, if you are like that, it's just say there's I think it's 1,768 effective billable hours available, but because you're really fast and you put in those extra hours, you're supposed to work 40, but you're putting in extra time on your own. Well, then you're gonna get back the extra value because you made the company more money than I was expecting. So you are due back that some additional value of that labor that you put in, because you put in more than other people. But yeah, so I think we're both trying to achieve the same thing in different ways.
Yeah. Well, I think that it's important to run experiments, because it's one thing to say that the world is unequal and unfair, and corporations are operating in bad faith and treating their employees badly. It's another thing to run the experiment and see how to do it differently.
Yes. Yeah. Now, the one thing too that Vegas, I said, thank you, Vegas. He said, good on me for rewarding ambition, because that is one thing, and I think it wasn't the only thing, but one of the things that hurts, Eastern Europe during the Warsaw Pact era is that people who did strive and really put in a lot extra, because they got the same as someone who basically got drunk and puttered around and did very little, it can be very so while incentives may not work, but
demoralization is absolutely a factor.
Exactly. Yeah. And that can happen, where you're basically showing people, yeah, you bust your balls, you get, you're going to get X, but if you putter around and basically waste everybody's time, and that really demotivates. I worked with a guy once. He was a really great engineer, and he used to be one of those guys that would put 60 hours a week in, and he was, faster than the average person for sure. And basically, he saw that all that did was get him. They just gave him more work to do, and they never appreciated it. He never got any recognition, never got any extra compensation for it. And people who fucked off and did the bare minimum got just as much. So he was, after a while, he just said fuck it, and he put in his 40, and that was it.
That's why I think it is important for more productive people to earn more per hour, because at the end of the day, you're going home with more money, more spending money in the moment. You may get, pretty much the same or, some version of equal at the end of the day. But in terms of what's in your pocket week to week and what you're able to use that on in your personal life, you have a lot more ready cash, because obviously the labor pool money doesn't come to you until the job is over and closed.
Right.
So that is somewhat of, I'm thinking of that as the kind of compensating factor. But like you say, there's going to have to be some experimentation.
Yeah, it's not easy, and that was one thing. I said to somebody, that was, again, I was having a reasonable conversation like you and I were, and I said the tough part. Now, it sounds like since at least at this point, since it's more gig, because it's like I assume your employees are as you have work.
Yeah.
So, see, the tougher part for me is that because I have employees that are full-time employees, whether I've got work or not, then what ends up happening is that the money has to stretch. So if we do have a slow time like that, like early last year when COVID hit, I couldn't shut down because we support essential industries. So we're classified as essential. So I had to keep paying for people, but I didn't have any work. I had very little work for them to do.
Right.
And so that's what I was trying to explain to that one of that people I was telling you that was screaming at me and telling me what a horrible person I was for owning a company. Is that, well, who that person? He said that, I held back some of that person's value of labor. Well, they're getting it back now when they're getting paid for producing nothing.
Right.
It's the flip side of the coin.
And a rainy day fund has to be a part of any business plan. I'm not currently at the point where I can even afford to have a rainy day fund, but that will ultimately be, and I think that there will be a chunk of every job that gets set aside in a savings account for exactly that purpose.
Yeah, and that's definitely, if you're able to do that, that's definitely something I would definitely
in
recommend.
Which case I'll point out though that turns into overhead. It's not extracting labor value from the employees. It's a fund that comes out of the expenses. Nobody gets paid out of that money until they do, when there's no work.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So the hard part really is doing the math to figure out what percentage of the income needs to be part of that rainy day fund in order to keep operations going. Plus, the other thing too, and again, you've experienced this. You've got a company. You've had to buy equipment and things like that. There's times like just before COVID hit. Yeah, this is one of the things that I normally my depression just happens on its own. Like most people, there's usually not a trigger. It just happens.
Right.
But just as I was coming out of depression, it got triggered because what happened was last year. So right around the time we would be expecting to get all those checks, in February and March, was just as COVID was ramping up. And so people held back and weren't paying us. So now the usual cash flow that was expected didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so my wife and I, we had to dump like almost 6 figures worth of money into the business to keep paying salaries and keep the lights on and everything. So, and that was where we're happening, because the money that we should have, and it was really hateful because here on paper we had all this money,
right?
But we didn't actually have the money, and so and actually I still haven't even taken back most of it. I took back a little bit, but very little. But what actually would helped us a lot was that the PPP came and we got approved for PPP funds, and that helped float us for those 8 weeks, and that allowed me to catch up. Because otherwise, we would have been, hurting, really hurting. But yeah, figuring out how much of that revenue is actually overhead that needs to be put aside for like you said, those times when you have to pay people, but they're not producing anything. It's a little easier, I was thinking, in a gig where people literally only work for you when there's work to do.
Yeah, right. And at the point, because I talked with my employee about this, he was asking about like how much do you take off the top, for that kind of thing, and it was like at this point nothing, but that is because when this job is over, hopefully we'll just have another job and roll you over to that. But if there's not another job after this one, then I'll lay you off.
Right. And see, this is another reason why, even as someone coming from a more centrist position on the economy and capitalism, but I'm totally in favor of a universal healthcare system, because that's one of those things that, what happens if you are in a real gig economy where people really, they bring you on when they have work and they lay you off after. Well, then now you can't get your health care through your company. Well, what do? You still need health care. But if we had a universal system, it would actually allow for more. It would be easier for a business like to survive.
It's absolutely unconscionable to connect health care to jobs. It makes no sense. It never made any sense, and it causes far more troubles than it ever purported to solve. And we need universal health care as soon as possible. And I agree that we need some kind of UBI as well, particularly when we have the U.S. happens to be home to some of the most value-added corporations on the planet. And much of that extra labor is done by things like mechanization. So it absolutely makes sense to take the value of the labor of those robots. We may disagree on whether the robots are doing labor, but that value is no longer going to workers who used to work those assembly lines, and those workers and everybody else. And particularly, I love the idea of solving the problem of unpaid labor for women in the household, which is something that our society doesn't even really address.
True.
Then you have at least a basic standard. So, if there's somebody who is a caretaker in the home who doesn't do a normal job, then she also, in this example, is also not drawing an income. And therefore, if that person is in a abusive relationship, they have very little option to get out. And the UBI makes sure that not only are you paid for your labor, regardless of what you're doing and where you're doing it, but it also gives you that cushion to make sure that you can change your life if you need to.
Right.
And, I frankly think it would effectively end homelessness, at least the worst examples of homelessness, and plenty of people would still choose to live in an RV or exist practically off the grid in camping situations, but it wouldn't be something that they do without consent.
Right.
They're not pushed there.
Now, one thing I wanted to address real quick that Vegas had said about, just to decide when you need to tap a rainy day fund, try to avoid inventing busy work. I think I agree, but I'll say this. One huge mistake that I always found when I worked for other people, that when we were slow, they didn't want to spend money to do development projects because the idea that, we don't have the money. I'm like, but you're already paying people to be here. Unless you're planning on laying us all off, you're paying us. So I remember one place I worked, we literally would go around visiting each other with our coffee cups and did nothing for weeks on end. Right.
There's another factor too, which is that skills need continual sharpening. And, even stuff I do, like I can't believe how rusty I am going back to Photoshop, which I used for 20 years. But for 3 years, I've been using, other drawing software. So you go back to
something that you haven't used in a while, it doesn't matter who you are, how smart you are, how long you use that tool, skills get rusty. So
They do.
There's a real value in keeping people working in the tools that they're familiar with.
That's right. Well, and then it goes another step further, because I'm like, well, they had this. It was kind of the way people really don't understand accounting. Like, I don't understand. Like, accounting math is voodoo, but like, just like in the practical terms of accounting, I'm like, well, if you're paying people to stay on and you're keeping them on the payroll and they're producing nothing, then you're literally throwing money away.
Right.
But if you give that time to development or training or something that's useful, Keely, you said keeping their skills honed, then you're actually getting something of value out of that. And they never could understand that their stand, and it's happened actually more than one place that I worked. And I'm like, well, you guys are idiots, because like then when you were really busy, they wanted to do development. Oh, we have all this money.
Right.
Like, we don't have any time because we're actually using our labor to produce wealth for the company. Right. And you want us to do something that isn't, in the short term, doesn't produce any wealth. Maybe in the long term it will. And it's like, well, no, when you're slow, that's when you have to do the development and say, well, hey, at least the employees are producing something that one day will produce some value, some concrete value.
Particularly if you're able to work on things that can potentially produce, passive income in the future,
right.
Whether that's patents or things like that, which, a lot of socialists or anarchists don't believe in patents. I do believe in patents. I do think that the patent period should be a lot shorter. The idea of 20 years is just absurd in an era where our cell phones change. Like, imagine your cell phone 20 years ago.
Right.
But I do believe in protecting early inventors who put in all the effort, and the same thing with intellectual property for character rights and things like that. I just think all those periods should be shorter. But those are really important, especially if you want to have a company rainy day fund, because that rainy day fund can come from the passive income that is produced, and in my conception of it, if I have an employee who puts in a significant number of hours inventing something that I then see is worthwhile patenting, then of course they're going to get a proportional amount of the value from that patented product.
Right. Well, that's the thing, and so like, and so what I did for, last year, like I said, when we were slow, is I actually had my employees doing training classes. There was a lot of remote training we were able to do, and so I had, because it was like, I'm paying them anyway.
Right.
Might as well have them learn something. They couldn't learn it when we were busy because we were busy.
Right.
And I agree. Yes, I agree that it's demoralizing. When people are just doing work for the sake of doing work. If I literally couldn't find anything of value for them to do, I would lay them off.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, though. Like I was saying, that was literally we weren't even getting busy work. When those couple places I'm talking about, they didn't even give us busy work to do. We literally just wandered around the office visiting one another, because they didn't even give us busy work. Like, busy work would have been a godsend, because it would have been something.
I forget what the name of the book was. It's something like Meaningless Jobs or Bullshit Jobs. That's what it is. And it's literally about those type of jobs. And in corporate America, when the value of an individual employee's productivity is kind of fuzzy and difficult to quantify. A lot of people work in jobs where they know they're doing essentially busy work most of the time. And in many cases, that's based on somebody's ego, because some middle manager gets to say, well, I have 30 employees who work under me.
Right.
And that is, a status symbol for them in the groups that they hang out in. And so you're holding captive people who have skills and talents and intellectual abilities that are not being, utilized for the sake of one person's ego.
And that's happening in, hundreds, if not thousands, of corporations across America. Actually, I should say thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Well, and I know years ago when that first company I was working for, that where they had these foolish ideas about how to not use this when they could have. They're dealing with the Japanese affiliate. They apparently in Japan, one of the reasons why for a long time their unemployment looked so much better than ours is because they employ lots of people to shuffle paper, like really meaningless paperwork. They created huge bureaucracies within the government and within companies to generate all manner of paperwork and reports and things that don't achieve anything useful other than pay somebody, to keep somebody employed.
For those TPS reports.
Exactly. So that movie is not particularly off base, particularly in regards to Japan. And one of the guys I worked with, he had gone over there and he was telling me about like these room after room of guys pooling over these big stacks of papers and all of it being, not producing one stitch of saleable product,
Right. Yeah. There is a sort of an interesting possible genesis of that. I won't say the reasoning for it, but Japanese corporations work a little bit more like feudal Japan did. There's more of this direct lineage that the vassals to the lord, they had dedicated their lives to their lord, but their lord also was dedicated to his vassals.
That's the same thing in Korea too, where they have that ethic of hard work. And I mean, the students that I teach several business students, and by the time I'm teaching, they are just wiped from the day. Sometimes they can't even have a lesson because they may have to do like an extra project or something, and they will actually stay at the office overnight. Sometimes not even sleeping through into the next morning because of this deadline that they have to make.
Right. And this sense of loyalty that exists in Japanese, and it sounds like also corporations in Korea, has this long tradition. And so in the 1980s or the 1990s, when Japan had its long, slow decade where the economy was sort of flat and not very productive, in the West, the criticism was that, all these companies should be laying off these employees instead of giving them busy work. But the culture was that, they don't do that. They don't, there's loyalty to the employee. So even if everybody gets less, labor, and takes pay cuts, then the paychecks are then spread out further among the employees, even when there isn't work. And there's some good arguments for that. I mean, obviously loyalty is part of that sense of motivation, and the opposite of demoralization is sort of loyalty to your group of people or your company or whatever. It certainly creates some very toxic sleep patterns and work patterns and everything else. And, I don't recommend that part of it, but I do see a lot of value in bosses or CEOs in the West and in America in particular need to be a lot more loyal to their employees, especially if they want to build that sort of strong, reciprocal loyalty. That I think is really important. You have to show that you actually care and will have their back when things are really bad.
Well, and that's why I think one of the biggest problems with where we've gone in this country is that companies are still expecting loyalty from employees and give none themselves.
Right.
And you're not going to get loyalty from people once they know that you're not going to provide any loyalty back in return. There's not going to be it's not going to be reciprocal. And they're just going to say, well, why bother? Why should I? Because
Right.
you're going to stab me in the back the instant it serves you.
Yeah, well, that of course is we see with Donald Trump and his crew. It's really funny to listen to Michael Cohen's podcast. Look what happens when you expect loyalty and won't give it back.
Well, and that's what gets me though is how many people are still stumping for Trump. People who he screwed over, they're still stumping for him. Like, don't you get it? He doesn't give a fuck about you at all.
Yeah,
you're a stepping stone. You're a means to an end. On the instant that you are no longer useful to him, he won't just turn you out. He'll spit in your face, step on you, and throw a bag of shit in your face while you go out.
right.
I was, and it started from the beginning. I mean, think about what he did with Jeff Sessions, right from the get go.
Yeah. And it's public humiliation too. It's not simply that he's vicious to them in private, in front of other employees, or the corporation. It's like he goes on Twitter to wreck them. And it's amazing that people think of that as being like manly or macho or something, whatever it is. Guess what? I've got another 3D print that's almost done.
Well, actually, that's a good breaking point because it is pretty late. We've gone longer than we normally do.
Yep.
But this was.
I wanted to show you. This was the last print. This is the full size model.
Oh,
it's
nice.
An
Oh,
unspillable
cool.
paint cup. It will have
that's cool.
a couple of magnets in here. It will stick to the metal part of the artboard, and then no matter which way the artboard goes. So you've got your little brush wash, and then I also made this, which I will pour silicone into, and this will go in the bottom of the paint cup as a textured surface, silicone surface, washable surface to rub the bristles of the brush on. So,
I know a lot of painters who could use that. Holy moly.
Yeah,
I know some people.
I think it'll be neat. So, at any time, maybe we can trade spreadsheet advice for 3D printing advice.
Hey, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a good deal. So, well, thanks everyone who's in the chat, and thanks to Jack and to Sue, and earlier to Brian and Raven for taking part, and everyone who showed up and participated. We had a good group, and other than one nasty comment that I ignored, everybody in the chat I think was very participated very well and were productive and much appreciated. So Paul's still away for a couple more weeks, so I'll be hosting again next week. Hopefully we'll have another great discussion, and see you 8:00 Eastern time next Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel, and all that fun stuff.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have
Bye,
a good
everybody.
night.